prosperity can do for our city. That's what the Lagos story is all about. Like you keep saying, that Lagos is the very best of all of us. And so let's go out there and let's believe that we can work it and we can work it together.
Thank you very much, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. And that brings us to the end of this edition of Sanwo-Olu Speaks. Thank you for watching.
And so I want to say thank you to Governor again, as well as all our colleagues. Dr. Ruben Abati, almost forgot all of us. from Arise News, Shola Kosoko from LTV, as well as Babajide. I almost said Sanwo-Olu. That would be a mistake. Or Titoju.
You are predicting that will be the next governor.
From TV series.
Glamour and glitz, voice and style, paparazzi and razzmatazz. All these and more wouldn't be enough to describe the atmosphere that's about to be envisaged at the upcoming CIG Industry Night this month, as CIG honors one of Nigeria's finest gifts to the world, international actress Taiwo Ajayi live set. So, don't miss this grandiose event, as the who's who in the creative industry will be on ground to witness CIG's special recognition package for her tremendous contributions to the creative industry both locally and internationally. Date Friday 23rd February 2024. Time 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Venue Gocho Yard, 2B Abbott Johnson Crescent, Wet Estate, ABC Bus Stop at Denny Jones Ikeja, Lagos. CIG believes in celebrating those that have impacted our lives while they are still with us and not when they are gone. CIG, we are bridging the gap. This event is powered by Creative Industry Power, CIP.
Nelson Mandela was right. He saw it. Sport has the power to change the world. People cannot conceive how sports can change the world. People cannot understand it. Oh, it's recreation. Oh, it's business. Oh, it's... No, there's something there. We haven't found it yet. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs has taken that first step to go on that path to find the answer. That answer will start with the conversations, with the discussions, with the assembly of experts who are going to come and give their own opinion. And because we have intellectuals here, they are going to look at it critically and start to give us plans and strategies and whatever it is that will chart this course into this unknown territory. Sport is interesting. It is enjoyable. So you don't know when it gets into you. Nelson Mandela said it. I will keep repeating it, that sport has the power to change the world. Patrice Lumumba, professor, the Kenyan man, said, Africans, you must unite, or else we all will perish. That's where we have to start to conceive in our heads. That road from Johannesburg to Cairo, that rail line from Dakar to Eden, that borderless Africa, where we can all move as one because we come from the same source. We are going to look at our diasporan brothers who have gone there to get all the knowledge in the world and come back to develop. Africans of African descent who are out there, 200 million of them, that are searching for a home. They have the resources. We must welcome them. We must connect the dots. We must know we are brothers and sisters, and together We will do that which Mandela says we can do. We have taken the first step here. We ask you all to please join us. I thank you once again. Thank you very much. I personally am a sport investor. I own a football club in Abu Dhabi. It's a second division club. I know what it means. I know what it means to invest in football. And I feel that after this, your templates, your agendas will be ready to see how we can work together. Thank you all.
Delighted to be here today, but a bit jealous, a little, because after the Civil War in 1970, our leaders came together and said 2 brands will make a difference in this country, and that is sports and culture. And now we've been talking about sports. Where is culture? Because culture is quite very important for us. So I want to thank the organizers, particularly the DG of NIA, a man of courage, and my brother Odegwami for his tenacity in making sure anything to promote our country must be taken very seriously. We are ready partners. The project moving Nigeria forward, diplomacy of sports is related and celebrated with diplomacy with culture. So together we move this country forward. Thank you.
Professor is a senior consultant for the United Nations and various international non-governmental organizations. Politics, democracy, and conflict in Africa, and of course, without mentioning, he is a colossus that bestrides the world of sports. Prof, you are welcome. Marketing professional with over 20 years in the industry. Based in Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. Oyo has provided very significant backroom support for some of the world's leading sports events. It is indeed, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure to have this gentleman with us all the way from the United States.
Ambassador in the house, the great, there comes the Minister of Sports. It's the best time to come. Welcome, Your Excellency. Welcome, Your Excellency. A great person in the Institute. He's an associate fellow of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. And when we said to him, we want to break new grounds, not fallow grounds, but new grounds, and that we want to fully embrace the length, the breadth, the width, and the weight of sports diplomacy, he said to me, DG, we can work together. This is something I have always dreamt of. This is something I've always looked forward to. Each time I am reminded of what Nelson Mandela said about what sports can do to change the world. That sports, indeed, is not simply an instrument of diplomacy and therefore not just a soft power variable, but sports is also an instrument of peace and security. He reminded me of a point during the Nigerian Civil War when the then head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, decided it was time to bring peace to bear even in the battlefront. And he invited the great Pelé, Pelé of the world, Pelé of world football. And Pelé came, and for the period Pelé was in Lagos, the fighters on both sides of that civil war, the fighters on the side of Biafra and the fighters on the side of the federal troops, told their commanders that for the next 2 hours, just let us listen to commentaries from Lagos. There won't be any fight whatsoever. And yesterday I was reminded of what happened in 1996 when Nigeria won the gold medal at the Olympic Games. This was far away in Rwanda. And it's Professor Bunting who gave me this. And he says he was in Rwanda, in Kigali, on that day in 1996. And in the midst of the genocide and the civil war that had engulfed that country, unfortunately, the whole country came to a standstill in celebration of Nigeria's conquest of the world. You all Nigerians, many of us here, you would know that on the day the Super Eagles is playing, it's like a national holiday. Everything know that sports rules the world in the following way. In the early 1900s, Marcus Garvey, I'm sure you all have heard of Marcus Garvey. He was fired by the imagination of the black race in the world, but also to restore the dignity using the space that he thought he had. And he asked the following question: where is the black president of the world? Where is the black army? Where is the black navy? Who is going to lead the black race of this world? And he came to the conclusion that if that space, the black race had to move back to Africa. And so Marcus Garvey began a process that history now recognizes as the Back to Africa movement. And what he was saying was very simple. And that's what we're going to reenact here today. Marcus Garvey was saying, until you find a space that is fully inhabited by the black race, that space which the world has accorded to the black race as the platform, the only platform that it has, will never be put coming back to Africa that would give that space a strength. That was the beginning of the Pan-African movement. And the Pan-African movement, for those who would know, for a long time existed outside the continent of Africa. It took the joining of people like Kwame Nkrumah and the great Kenneth Kaunda to that movement to bring it back home to Africa. And of course, Mwalimu Nyerere, who is represented here today by our able guests and ambassadors from Tanzania, these were the people in the forefront. But Pan refers to many things. And the symbolic representation of what Marcus Garvey dreamt about led us to the festac that we had. You will know that in 1977, we hosted the second festival of the black and African civilization all over the world. Now, that was the beginning of cultural diplomacy. But think for 1 minute, and this is what we found out in the course of our research, that in some of the geostrategic and geospatial considerations of international politics, people deal with spaces. And it is the spaces that define who these people are and what their trajectories would be in the diplomatic world. There is a space that is almost naturally African and black. And that has been given to Africa and to the black race from the creation of time. The other name, the twin name for the black and the African is sport. There is nothing else to talk about in the world other than sports. And yet, there is a threat that even that sport would find our displacement. And I was sharing with the professor yesterday. For a long time, we had the long-distance races. But today, we are even threatened by some displacement by forces that have come into Africa to say, we don't want you to monopolize that space. The essence of sports diplomacy is not monopoly. It is sharing. It is going around and letting the world know that we can do many things together. That this strength that Africa has can be taken all around. The second pedestal. Look all around you. You would find that in every nook and cranny of the world, there is a black person, there is an African. And all modern day ambassadors and diplomats know that today you have formal and informal ambassadors. All those are sportsmen and women are ambassadors of Africa, ambassadors of Nigeria, and ambassadors of the black race. Many of them need no introduction at all. Many of them can move mountains. They can do things in furtherance of our constitutive interests. They can do things that we would have reserved only for ministers of foreign affairs. But this is the world's reality today. So we thought, as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, that we must go back to the Garvey message, the Back to Africa movement. We must rediscover Africa. We must re-energize Africa using the greatest instrumentality that we have. Sports is natural to us. And when they see us, they see people who excel. So why not? It changes the narrative of our world, because in terms of the comparative advantage that we have, it is time to tell the world, you can learn from us. And what better way to do this than to use the pedestal of sports? Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, all thanks to Ambassador Segun Odegbami. I see Segun Runshewe here, next door to him. He must be wondering, so what can you do with sports? The Honorable Minister is here, and I'm sure that together today we'll work out many things that will make us people who will be can't beat. So I welcome you. It's my singular honor and pleasure, my delight actually, on behalf of all of us at the Institute, to welcome you and to say to you, you are part of this history that we are making today. Welcome and support us. Thank you. As I walked in, I saw the DG speaking. After listening for less than 30 seconds, I called for my pen and a paper, as if I knew that a lot of powerful words will come out. So I took a lot of notes within 5 minutes of listening to him. But I also realized that from what he has said, he seemed to have taken the thunder out of my own speech this morning. I thank you for doing part of my job. But you bear with me this morning, because I want to spend just 4 minutes to just make very important recognitions. The fact that we're at this point in our history as a country when it comes to sports development is because we've had collaborators, strategic implementation partners, and people who are lovers of sports in this country. In 3 years, we have done the heavy lifting. We've tried to change the fundamentals of the narratives of our sports development. We've tried to move away from just sponsoring sporting events, all African Games, Olympics, Commonwealth, to engendering what is truly sports development as it's understood and conceived across the world. So this morning, very quickly, in no particular order, I want to thank the DG and recognize him for this platform, for this opportunity, and for putting this institution behind the idea of developing sports development through diplomacy in Nigeria. Mathematical, that's what I call him. Chief Segun Odegbami. Relentless. Last week I said if by any chance we can have a 12th player on the field, we'll find a way to keep him on the touchline so that he can give us those moves again. Thank you for being part of this and being the person that pulled the trigger for this. Let me also recognize Otumba Oshewe. Thank you so much. Prof, I enjoy reading you every week. Thank you so much. I knew I was going to see you here today. Thank you very much. It was just yesterday I sent a message. I just sent the flyer and a 30-second video to the president of the NFF. I did not put any message. I didn't, no comment. I just sent it to him. And he responded, I will be there. Well, that's somebody that knows his job. So NFF President Amaju Pinnick. I think it's time to also recognize MTN. Because in the last 18 years, we've tried to bring about the idea of sports as an industry, that is sports as business. So I want to recognize MTN, one of the foremost organizations that bought into that idea, going ahead to partner with the NFF, hundreds of millions to support the development of football. So I thank MTN. I know they're here today. They were able to open that floodgate because as we closed last year,
We had Premier Lotto walk through the door with over 400 million. The sports as business. As we closed last year, we had Stanbic IBTC funding insurance that's never happened before for all our players. And I'm told that the door is still open and several other organizations will come through. Let me also, I sought out 6 people, 6 resumes. I set up a committee to screen, to score them. He came tops, and that's why he's NIS DG today. But after 2 months of being in the saddle, he sent me a text. I want to return to the university. So I said, welcome to my walls. You are not going anywhere. I'm glad that in 6 months, there is a change going on at the NIS. And I assure you, apart from the accreditations that will come through, before mid-year June this year, stories that will come out of the NIS will surprise you. We're going to return it to a primus institution for sports development. All of this forms the ecology of sports as diplomacy and sports as business. My directors from the ministry, I dare not forget them. My deputy directors from the ministry, quite a number of them here. My special advisor, sports, Mary Ojale. Let them see you. Thank you. Then, the NOC, worthy partners, the Secretary General, Mr. Banji is here. Thank you so much. Our experts that flew into the country yesterday, I've had the opportunity to speak to 1 or 2 of you. I want to welcome you very warmly. I believe today we're going to have a very fruitful day as we try to interrogate some of the critical issues. Therefore, let me just preface my 2-page submission this morning, taking a cue and pigging back on what the DG said. I noted a few takeaways, and I wanted that to just headline my own submission this morning. Without any doubt, sports defines a nation. When we talk about Kenya, what comes to mind? The mid and long distance race. It has become a Kenyan brand. 3 weeks ago, I was here for the marathon, Access Bank, and I was so pained as we waited for the first athlete, Ethiopian. So Ethiopia and Kenya, they share that. The second athlete that came through, Ethiopian. The third one, Kenya. The fourth one. So as a Minister of Sports, I was like, okay, this is not looking good. I got a bit of breather when I think the 6th or 7th person was a Nigerian. And in the 2 interviews I did, one was a live interview. I said, when we return here next year for this marathon, we'll do everything possible to make sure that a Nigerian is one of the 3 top winners that will come forth. So sports defines a nation as a branding, for branding and also for diplomacy. When you hear India, what comes to mind? Cricket. Tool of diplomacy, big business, an entire value chain that holds the world spellbound. When it comes to Jamaica, what comes to mind? The sprints. And the Jamaican story is so compelling. They struggled for so many years, and then they hit the pause button and said, what do we do? They looked at some of their best coaches, took them to the US, got the best coaches to train them, and said, we're not sending our athletes any longer to the US. We'll send our coaches over there. They get all the knowledge, they come back home and train our athletes on our soil. Since that time, that narrative changed. When it comes to Nigeria, what is our narrative? football, no doubt. Football is king. And that's why, for me in the last 3 years, even though we paid attention to every sport, at least 12 critical sports, we've also paid good attention to football. If you look at the story of our football development in the last 3 years, working with the NFF, working with other collaborators, we see a new trajectory, never seen before. And we hope that in the next 1 year, we'll be able to build in a sustainable model that will conjure in the minds of everyone when they hear Nigeria, they think about the brand of our football. And that's why even this morning, in faraway Ivory Coast, the Super Falcons, after beating the female team from Ivory Coast 2-0 in Abuja, went to Ivory Coast yesterday and did the impossible. They beat the elephants, they call them, junior elephants, 1-0. 3-0 clean slate. Why is that victory important? It gives this country a 13 unbroken run of being at the Women African Cup of Nations. And that only could have been possible because of the administrators of our football and also because of the commitment and the talent and skills of the players. Secondly, important because the junior elephants are a high-scoring team. The last 2 matches they played, they beat Niger Republic 20-0. The previous match they played, I don't remember the country, they beat them 9-1. So they were going against a team that was high-scoring, that was really physical and strong. But these girls went there yesterday, they did the country proud. So, ambassadors, sport ambassadors, resonates with diplomacy. I know that that concept started when Chief Odegbami and others were made ambassadors, am I right? And then it stopped for a long time. And then we started it again. Mike Obi came, we made him an ambassador. Igalo came, we made an ambassador. Mary Oyali is also an ambassador. And I want to call on NFF. Don't wait on the ministry alone. The NFF can channel these names to us. It's not just the OFR and the rest. Even as an ambassador, we're going to make that thick because sports is now diplomacy. Having said that, you also talked about, you went through history, talking about how sports, even in the midst of conflict, becomes that oasis of peace for people. And I want to say this, in the next few days, the finals of the, is it Champions Cup? Is it Champions Cup that will be played? Wembley is preparing to host the finals, or I don't know whether the champion, in the next few days. Yes, Champions, yeah. At the point where Russia is invading Ukraine, that is not enough to stop the game of football. That is the power of sports and is also the power of football. So let me say this morning that sports continues to thrill. Sports continues to entertain, to educate, to inspire and fascinate us around the clock. Be it the beauty of the beautiful game. I don't want to mention the beautiful game so that I will not be called a football minister. Or the fierceness of warriors in the ring, dancing like butterflies and singing like the bees. Sports has defined the essence of captivating and etching us to experiences of old and even those unfolding right before our eyes. So this morning, as I salute our host, Ambassador Segun Odegbami, and indeed the DG of the NIA, Mathematical, you are one of those that have etched many important moments in our memories as a nation. I want to state very clearly that sports is simply now too important in its role within the human experience and indeed international relationships to be business as usual. It has to be conspired or considered as a business requiring all the inputs, all the corporations that develop and sustain businesses that not only create economic expansion but also continues to make impactful social intervention in our society. Distinguished ambassadors, our friends from sister nations, dignitaries from around the world, sport personalities and administrators in our country, indeed the media. It is an honor to be here, but also each one of us is a critical stakeholder in sports as diplomacy and sports as business. I need not say or quote Nelson Mandela again, but it is true that the power of sports and its intricate relationship with politics dates back to Greco-Roman times. In fact, the Olympics were a positive fallout of this intricate interplay and continues to play that role till this very day. Who could forget the significance of J.C. Owens' 4 gold medals in the Berlin Olympics, making it clear that the notion of a superior race was dead on arrival. Sports can produce amazing teams and humans who change the course of their nations and improve the course of humanity. It can stimulate sustainable economic activity and improve the well-being of societies. And that is what is important to transmit to all of us. We need to make the transition from sports as a recreation to sports as business that will deliver all-round value to our athletes, ensure sustainable development, incremental growth, and indeed build a value chain that benefits the mass of our youth. Sports as a business is the only framework that makes development sustainable and strong. And I will elaborate briefly. Sports deployment as a tool for cohesion, development, and elevation of the black race. What have we done in this country so far? The first step on this journey was having President Muhammadu Buhari in council to reclassify sports from recreation to sports. I recall when I was made the minister, the president charged me to go and ensure systemic improvers were put in place to ensure that we build a solid foundation for our sports. That first step was achieved with the reclassification of sports as business. This was after several many technical, multiple sessions with stakeholders that produced preliminary reports. That's why July 2020, sports became business in Nigeria. Working with the private sector participants, working with MDAs, with deepened efforts to bring in different kinds of input that will help build a business model around our sports. Some of our partners were the NESG, and as we speak, the National Sports Industry Policy is in its final draft, and very soon will be taken to the Federal Executive Council for final approval. The sports as business policy is anchored on 3 triggers, which we refer to as the 3 I's. The first I is infrastructure. We talk about infrastructural rationalization. The second I is investment. The third I is incentive. All of these are embedded in the sports policy. This, of course, 21 to 2025 National Development Plan, for the very first time, in December, allocated 88 billion naira for sports development especially sports as an industry. And of course, we recognize the urgency of bringing back home some of our sporting edifices to good standards. The private sector collaboration has led to the uplifting of the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja. The National Stadium Surulere is on course to be delivered. We thank the Dangote Group and the Premier Lotto Sir Adebutu Keshintin for undertaking these extensive renovations respectively. Some level of private-public sector diplomacy, if you allow me to say that. Abuja's new turf has brought sporting activities alive in the capital city. And in the next few weeks, the marketing of that stadium through branding and related commercial activities will commence. We look forward to completing the National Stadium in Surulere by mid-year, and then Surulere can come alive again. Sports, of course, has a direct bond with other legs of the ministry's work, which is youth development. This is because some 68% of those who participate actively in sports are youth. Accordingly, we must start seeing sports as an investable ocean of opportunities that many business types can swim within. And some of these businesses will have the direct integration into healthcare ecosystem, ensuring that we use sports as a driver of well-being, delivering enhanced national productivity, and significantly improving overall well-being. I will soon round up. But to make this happen, it requires the commitment of all stakeholders, from government to the private sector. It requires a framework, especially a legal framework, that will attract the private sector to invest in existing assets and also get investments to build new ones across the length and breadth of our country. The global sports equipment market is estimated to stand at a value of approximately $150 billion by the year 2023. We have to plug in this sports value chain as a country. The Deloitte report on sports industry cites three important issues for 2021, namely expansion of revenue avenues, rethinking the role of sports, and redefining relationship with fans or the supporters. Our sports industry policy addresses these issues beyond 2021 and far into the future. The interest in esports, another multi-billion-dollar sporting area, and other technology-based sporting platforms is significant, and we are very sure that this will be a nest from the present and into the future. We intend to expand the horizons, to redefine the interactions with fans, especially with upcoming virtual realities and emerging technologies. Opportunities abound for tech-savvy youth to develop innovations upon these platforms. Therefore, for sports to have the power to impact our social, cultural, and political lives, it must be sustainably curated. It must be able to decimate the barriers that exist between the brothers and sisters of our continent so that Africa can achieve its homogeneous and true potential. Sports brands us. It projects us. It defines our spirit of competitiveness. It empowers, it educates, it emancipates. It crystallizes dreams of our people and makes them reinforce their belief in the black race. That is the power of sport, and it is very formidable. Sports also has a very latent future, which we could do with in how we contest for things across most of the continent. We don't want to lose, even though losing is part of the game. And this is a fair mindset to have in a competitive world. However, we must learn to lose with grace and learn from losing so that we come back stronger and more positioned to win. Sports emphasize through the demographics, especially those of our children and perhaps our political class, can indeed foster a culture of competitiveness without bitterness and a desperation to win without breaking the rules. We recognize this in sports too and are ensuring that anti-doping standards are at the highest levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the integrity of sports must be sacrosanct for it to continue to be a credible source of soft but significant and strong power. Nigeria has what it takes. Nigeria is taking collaborative steps in this direction. Just November last year, I was able to bring 4 ministers of sports to Abuja to work on how sports can be a tool of diplomacy and also empower our youth. The ministers of youth and sports from Egypt, Algeria, Ghana, and South Africa. We've also collaborated with the Turkish government towards youth and sports development through the tool of diplomacy. As Africans, we must love ourselves first. We must seek collaboration amongst ourselves first. We must work with ourselves first before the world can truly take us serious and partner with us on level terms. Commitment, selflessness, organization, and resource optimization will be critical success pillars. We also went further to charge when we met what we call the Abuja Initiative. The ministers agreed to support Egypt in being the first African country to host the Olympic Games. They already have a new sports city they've been building for 4 years. The capabilities of our Egyptian brothers are significant, as those who have visited there recently testify. This will really showcase the strength and capabilities of Africa to the world and bring the world even closer to Africa through sports. The economic opportunities for our people are indeed significant, as indeed the symbolic importance of hosting the world. So we hope that Egypt will get that opportunity. Africa has successfully hosted the Senior FIFA World Cup in South Africa, the Under-20 World Cup in Tunisia, Nigeria in 1999, Egypt 2009. These are testaments to the fact that inherent in Africa is the capabilities that we have. Therefore, in closing this afternoon, I want to charge and urge us to continue to support the drive for sports as business, for the industrialization of sports, for the development of the sports value chain, and for sports as diplomacy. Tolerance, ability to listen to multiple views, the passion to always see the bigger picture, the imperativeness of public and private sector collaboration, each fulfilling its obligations within transparent monitoring frameworks, dialogue and collaboration across borders, and much more are factors we must always bear in mind in all that we do. I thank you very much for listening.
Before I start, let me just give you a story about the power of sports to unify. So in 1996, I was a volunteer at the Olympic Games in Atlanta, and on August 3rd, 1996, something very unique happened. So I was going to the Marriott Hotel in Atlanta to pick friends so that we can go to the stadium to watch the relays. Good to see you, Mary. To watch the relays of the second to the last day of the Olympic Games. And as I'm pulling into the Marriott, I see somebody wearing a Nigerian tracksuit running to my vehicle saying, let's go, look, we are late. I mean, who, what? I mean, so he said that I'm the PA to the minister, that we are going to Athens to watch Nigeria play Argentina in the finals of the of men's football at those Olympic Games. And, you know, he just entered the front of the car. Now, my vehicle at the time did look official. It was a black Mercedes, and I had the Nigerian flag on the front. So it was looking like an official vehicle. So me, I thought, okay, you know, back then, when you're much younger, you can make those impulsive decisions just like that. And I decided, man, this sounds fun. Let's go. So we went to the stadium. By the time we got to the stadium, Argentina had already scored. But I can tell you that there was a palpable belief in the stadium that day that even if Argentina spots us 4 goals, that we will come back to win. Primarily because of what we did the match before against Brazil. So at the end of the day, Nigeria was in fact able to beat Argentina. First time an African nation on the men's side had ever won an Olympic gold medal in a team competition. So after the match, they came to where we were sitting and said that I will be taking the honorable minister back to the hotel. I'm like, really? Okay. So they tell you where to back the vehicle, and then the minister comes. So the minister comes to the vehicle, he gets in, and the Minister of Sports at the time was the Honorable Jim Wobodu. So, and the PA to the minister was Menasara Ilo. Okay. I mean, he introduced himself after the match and everything. But, yeah, that's it. Yeah, so we're driving back to the hotel from Athens, about 1.5 hours drive. And I had a phone in the vehicle. So the minister starts taking calls from the vehicle. And by the time we get back to the hotel, we could see Nigerians already lined up at the front of the hotel, waiting for us. So we get to the minister's suite where he was staying, and we hear then, at that time, that Lagos, Calabar, Benin, Ilorin, Makurdi, that the whole country is ablaze in celebration. That's the first time that we heard what was happening was when we got back to the hotel. So they were making arrangements. Did they send a plane for the team? And then what about the other players? Because if you remember the day before, we had a long jumper, Chioma, yes, also claimed gold. So those arrangements were being made. And then right around 11 p.m., this is after several people from other African nations came to the suite to congratulate the minister. I mean, I remember the basketball player Hakeem Olajuwon, who was playing for Team USA, also came. Dikembe Mutombo of the Congo. They all streamed in. And then we also had some Brazilians coming to thank us for beating Argentina. You know, I mean, it was incredible. Say, yeah, we know you beat us in the match before, but, you know, this is great for us. So it's at that time that we could see the power of sports, the unification, the suspension of tribalism, of conflict. All those differences we had, all of a sudden just went away for that moment, for that night, for that week. I mean, recognizing the path that these young men did, and as an Olympian, as a gold medalist, no one can ever take that away. So, on record, Nigeria will always be the first country to ever win an Olympic gold medal in men's team sports. Okay? So, the power of sports. My name is ID Uyo. I am with ID Sports Group in Atlanta, and what I'd like to talk to you about today is just that. Various elements of the sports industry, primarily focusing on diplomacy, using sport to achieve policy, commercial, and economic objectives. All right, so a little bit about the ID Sports Group. We've had a chance to work with people like Ambassador Andrew Young, Edwin Moses, Carl Lewis over the years. And most recently, we've spent time working with Olympic committees in Nigeria, in Kenya, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, etc. All right. In 2016, we had a chance to do a project with the UN with the Refugee Olympic team in Rio. And so for today, there are various elements I'd like to focus on today's agenda. I want to give you a sports industry overview. When we talk of the sports industry, where is it? How much is it worth? Why should I care? You know, people keep saying sports as a business, but can we quantify what that means when we say sports as a business? What is that exactly? How do I benefit? Where's my slice? Can it work in Nigeria? Can it work in Africa? If so, how can it work in Africa? Then I'd like to talk about the political economy of sports itself. Why do countries use sports as a political weapon? Boycotting. Why do they do that? To what aim? Is there a broader policy objective behind that? And then destination management. As a country, can you use sports to enhance or develop your image, as the case were? Okay? So let me start with a sports industry overview. In 2019, the sports industry was worth $459 billion. $459 billion, and it was growing at a compound annual growth rate of 3.4% per year. But then COVID came. So when COVID came in 2020, COVID reduced the value of the sports business by 15.4%. There were no events, football tournaments were canceled, and so on and so forth. So the value of the sports industry went down to $388 billion. But we have reason to believe that the sports industry is rebounding. All right? So by the year 2030, the sports industry will be about a $1 trillion industry. So there's your answer. $1 trillion. So if you look at sports as an industry, you need to look at it in the same way that you would look at manufacturing, electronics, oil, energy, and gas, okay, automotive, drinks, beverages. That's what sports is. Sports is, in fact, a quantifiable business, and it is led by football. If you see the growth of sports, football accounts for nearly half of the growth of global sports worldwide, okay? And the growth of football is growing faster than the gross domestic products of major countries. So that said, the football industry is growing almost 4 times the rate of the U.S. economy, okay? Yeah. And by the way, there are several anomalies in sports. For instance, now, where you work, you don't make more than your boss. Your boss makes more money than you. But in sports, Cristiano Ronaldo makes magnitudes of more money than his coach. And he's not the only one on his team that makes more money than his boss. Okay? So sports has that anomaly, if you will. Okay? So if you look at these 3 men, do you recognize these 3 men? The person on the right, the president of the International Olympic Committee is on the left. The FIFA chairman is in the middle. And do you recognize who's on the right? The Secretary General of the United Nations. All right, so if you look at this, who has the smallest platform to convey the message? It's the UN Secretary General. You see, the FIFA World Cup draw will attract 3 billion people. 3 billion people will watch the FIFA World Cup draw for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Who else can command a global audience of 3 billion people at the same time watching a single event? Nobody. Not even the Secretary General of the United Nations. So to be clear, I am not trying to diminish the Secretary General's role, but what I'm trying to say is that the president of FIFA has a far bigger platform than anybody on the planet. Maybe the president of the IOC has something similar, but not nearly as big. The FIFA World Cup final in 2022 between Nigeria and whomever else they play, that FIFA World Cup final will be watched by an estimated 4 billion people. Supposing the president of FIFA takes the microphone before the World Cup final and addresses the earth, he has the entire universe as an audience. The power of sport, nobody else can command that kind of audience. All right? To put it in context. Opening ceremonies, 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing, 4.5 billion people watched. But you know what? There were no sporting events. So what is it that makes people watch an event even though there's no active sports play? And we expect that for 2022, the FIFA World Cup in 2022, of course, will be the largest event in history, but it will also be the last World Cup with 32 teams. After that, they're going to a 48-team format. So you can imagine the commercial appeal that will occur as a result of that. And we cannot underestimate the power of social media in sport. All right, so can you recognize the brand of his kits? What kit is that?
I'm sorry? Puma. All right. Alex Song. After Alex Song got that red card, Puma went to social media and they started trending a hashtag called Fair Play, and they made $1 million off of that red card. How is that possible? Somebody gets a red card and he's sent off the pitch. Normally, a thing of embarrassment, a little bit of shame. Yet, the sports marketing company that sponsors him makes almost $1 million from that red card. Sports marketing, commercialization of sports. And Cristiano Ronaldo. Whenever Cristiano Ronaldo sends out a message on Instagram, he makes $975,000. When Cristiano Ronaldo sends out a message on Twitter, that message is worth $1 million to Cristiano Ronaldo. So I sent out a tweet this morning. Not only was I not paid, I had to pay for the data, right? They charged me for the data, right? Okay? So now, if you look at it, so the power of social media in sports cannot be underestimated. At the time, this is a bit old, he was making $34 million per annum with Juventus. But on Instagram, he was making $48 million from Instagram. Social media was paying Cristiano Ronaldo $14 million more than what he was making playing football. All right? So if you are a sports brand, sports organization, thinking of sports in diplomatic context, you cannot ignore the commercial appeal of a coordinated social media strategy. It's part of the reason why when Lionel Messi went to PSG, it was a very big move, but it did not have the same impact as Neymar's move to PSG because the shirt sponsorship for PSG had already been done, all right, by that time. It was still a very good move, but commercially, it didn't have that same impact. And then we look at Marcus Rashford. So in the UK, the British government had this plan to stop subsidizing free meals in school. Marcus Rashford, who was once a beneficiary of that program, stepped up a social media campaign and forced the British government to reverse course. Not only did they reverse course, they even improved the quality of the meals they were serving to children in the schools. Athletes using social media effectively. Athletes. And it would take an athlete to be able to do something like that. Okay. Sports diplomacy, okay. Suspense conflicts. We talked about the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, all right? For those of you old enough to remember the game with Brazil, everybody lost hope, right? Is there anybody here that thought Nigeria would come back and win that game? Nobody. It's the first time a team has beaten Brazil and Argentina back-to-back in international competition. The first time a team has come from a goal deficit to do that. There were many firsts on that level with that team. That was a really special team. But in terms of sport diplomacy, it brought everybody together at the time. 1971, ping pong diplomacy. The United States did not have a relationship with China, so there was a table tennis tournament going on in Japan, after which the Chinese authorities invited the U.S. team to come to China. They went, and that ended up setting up a summit between U.S. President at the time, Richard Nixon, and the Premier of China. That led eventually to the normalization of relationships between what is now the world's two dominant superpowers. Okay. 2005, Didier Drogba. Any Chelsea fans? Chelsea? Liverpool? Liverpool. We have gifts for the Liverpool fans only. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I don't know if the audio is working, but during the Ivorian conflict in 2000, the Ivorian conflict started somewhere around 2002, 2003, where you had rebels controlling part of the country, and in the south of the country, you had a functioning government. The Côte d'Ivoire qualified for the World Cup for the first time in 2006. So during that qualification cycle,
After they qualified, Didier Drogba appealed to both sides to drop their weapons. So, how did he do it?
Football is more than just a sport, and sometimes its players transform into true heroes. Didier Drogba is one of them. His devotion and generosity have brought people with different backgrounds and political views together. Once, he even helped to end a civil war. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for even more football videos.
We're going to manage to change the mentality.
October 8th, 2005. Minutes after having qualified for the 2006 World Cup with Ivory Coast, Didier Drogba knelt before his fans. Why? He was calling for a national reconciliation for a country that had long been split into two warring sides. He even took up the mic to pass on a message. Ivorians, we've proven today that the entire population of Ivory Coast can live together, play together with the same goal. Today, we're begging you from our knees. A country with so much wealth cannot lose itself into darkness in a war like this one. Drogba ended with a clear request. Please, put down your weapons, hold elections, and everything will get better. A hero on the field, as proven by his many titles and the medals he's reaped with Chelsea, Drogba is equally heroic off of it. As time passes, he's become aware of his own influence and how to use it. And clearly, he's using it for good. October 8th, 2005 proved to be a turning point for Ivory Coast. What Didier Drogba said took root. In the days that followed, Ivorians talked about nothing but Drogba. Football's darling had become a political hero. Buses driving through downtown Abidjan were covered with praise for Drogba. Didier the Great. Thank you, Didier. Didier for president. Those in power recognized Drogba's capacity to influence the public. That's why Charles Conan Banny, Ivory Coast's prime minister at the time, even consulted him on political matters. And Drogba agreed to participate, always with the goal of bringing peace to his country.
Je pense que la meilleure réponse que je peux donner au peuple ivoirien aujourd'hui, c'est ça, c'est cette implication dans cette commission. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, je pense que le peuple ivoirien a trop souffert. I think it's very easy to make war, but it's more difficult to make peace, to make everybody sit together and talk to each other.
In Ivory Coast, some say that Didier Drogba is the man who stopped the war. Of course, history is more complicated than that, but one thing's for sure. Drogba put everything on the line to bring out the best in his people. Today, he's one of the most respected men in his country, and not just for his football accolades.
Didier Drogba using sports. And somebody mentioned earlier Pelé. During the Nigerian Civil War, Pelé came to Nigeria to play with the Santos. The football club Santos of Brazil was so big that it outgrew the Brazilian Premier League. So Santos needed to go internationally in order to continue to make revenue. So Pelé came to Nigeria during the Civil War. They suspended hostilities while Santos played 2 friendly matches, I believe it was. They're involved. Apartheid, South Africa, 1976. So, South Africa, system of racial segregation called apartheid. South Africa was banned from the Olympic movement. New Zealand sends a rugby team to tour apartheid South Africa. So the African nations, led by victims of a policy that had nothing to do with them, but a policy that was needed. The 2010 World Cup in South Africa does not come to South Africa without Nigeria. The 2010 World Cup does not come to South Africa without the efforts of the Nigerian state. From leading the boycott in '76 to leading the eminent persons delegation in 1986 to negotiate with the African National Congress and the National Party, led by Chief Olusegun Obasanjo at the time. Without Nigeria, South Africa does not get the 2010 World Cup. And in 1980, after the Soviet Union, Russia invaded Afghanistan, the U.S. led a boycott. And they sent Muhammad Ali to Africa to help convince African nations to also boycott the 1980 Olympics. When he came to Nigeria, they said, look, at the time, President Shehu Shagari refused to meet with him. He was so incensed. I mean, you're asking us to boycott, but 4 years ago, you didn't join us for boycotting Montreal. At the end of the day, Muhammad Ali's trip to Africa was a complete disaster. Only 2 nations agreed to the boycott, Kenya and Liberia. Liberia, of course, being a former colony for freed Americans. So that's an area where sports diplomacy was an absolute failure. It did not work. So some of the things that we need to consider with sports diplomacy, is it rooted in policy? Is it reactionary? Yeah, I mean, when you decide to boycott, who do you hurt? Who's being harmed? Is it the event? Is it the athletes? Is it the sponsors? Who suffers? Who pays? What's the end result? So if you're considering a boycott for whatever reason, you need to think through what that means. And the last area I want to talk about is using sports to enhance your image. Using sports to enhance your image as a destination. So, Canada. Canada believes that it could be attracting more tourists, and they're trying to promote the Canadian brand Canada. So they partnered with the beer company called Molson, and they had this interesting concept. They went to Europe, and they put beer fridges full of beer, free beer. But you have to be able to open the fridge to get the beer. It's free if you can open the fridge to get the beer. Okay. The only way you can open the fridge is if you put in a Canadian passport. So that forces you to speak with the Canadian, who will then promote his country, right, so that you can have the free beer. So they brought this concept. They did it also at the Sochi Olympics in 2014. So let me show you what they did.
He's licking it. Is anyone here from Canada?
Canadians scan your passport to open fridge.
Ouais, mais si tu prends notre passeport, ça va marcher aussi. No. Is there anybody Canadian? Are you Canadian? I have a passport. Now, does a Canadian fridge open different to an English one?
Makes me homesick. I've never even been to Canada.
Think of ways of creatively using sport to promote your image, your destination. I want to show you another example, but this is a little different. In 1997, Cape Town was a candidate city to host the Olympic Games against Athens and some other cities. Watch what happens during the bid process. And the reason I'm talking about this is because across Africa, there seems to be some sort of an image problem. We all feel it. We all face it. Considered as a monolithic block and some of these other challenges. So watch what happens when Cape Town goes to bid for the 2004 Olympic Games. The Olympics are awarded 7 years in advance. So the 2004 Olympics were being awarded in 1997. Watch.
The city will have the honor and responsibility to organize the Olympic Games of the year 2004 is Athens.
I feel very disappointed.
We should have got it. Who do you think's going to get it next time?
Yeah, but yeah, I hope so.
Even he can't find words. What do you think?
Yes, we lose.
Okay. We got an enthusiastic person right here. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Nicholas.
Nicholas, what do you feel at this point in time?
I'm so disappointed about this loser. Oh, we lose, man. I'm so disappointed.
Why do you think we lost?
Yes, I'm a refugee Angolan here in South Africa and here in Mada City.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling so disappointed why we lose. So I want to cry and I want to, all of us Africans must fight about crime here in Mada City.
We must
here in South
fight
Africa.
for the mother city.
We must fight
and for
about
the next bid.
Yes, we want about the next bid.
Thank
Must
you.
win.
We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Right, they're all ready.
So did Cape Town really have a chance? Okay. The brand image problem. That bid cost Cape Town over $110 million to bid for those Olympic Games, and they never really had a chance from the beginning. Image. As you look at your destination, how do people perceive you? So we'll look at the Visit Rwanda campaign. So the government of Rwanda, the Rwanda Development Board, has a partnership with Arsenal and PSG, Visit Rwanda, okay? So when we were in Kigali a couple of years ago, you could see the Arsenal coaches, they came there, they had the Arsenal Academy, the coaches were coaching little boys and girls, they brought the kits, playing around in different parts of the country, not just Kigali, but other parts of Rwanda. I mean, and they did the same thing with PSG. They now developed a football footprint into the villages of Rwanda as a part of this sponsorship. So the sponsorship with Rwanda, Arsenal will have the Visit Rwanda patch on their sleeve, and also on the end line of home games at the Emirates Stadium, it will also say Visit Rwanda, okay? So this is a partnership between the government of Rwanda, led by the Rwandan Development Board, and Arsenal. Rwanda, Arsenal. They also have the same partnership with PSG. So when Messi was acquired, you can imagine the manna that fell from heaven from a marketing perspective for the Visit Rwanda campaign, right? To be able to see Messi wearing Rwanda on his back, okay? And so just to wrap up, a few more things. The closing thoughts, I'm going to skip over that. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to close, sports is a very powerful tool for diplomacy. Sports needs to be taken seriously, like manufacturing, banking, oil, gas, energy, automotive. Sports is like that. The global sports marketplace is huge, almost $1 trillion within 8 years. All right? Any sporting initiative must involve locals, local stakeholders. You got to get them involved. And then also know your value, know your worth. Okay?
Sport
has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. Peace is the greatest weapon mankind has to resolve even the most intractable difficulties. But to be an effective agent for peace, you have to seek not only to change the community and the world. What is more difficult is to change yourself before you seek to change others. And it is absolutely essential for the leaders of the community and the world to create an atmosphere where those good men and women can show their maximum abilities in trying to resolve problems in a peaceful manner. And that is why a legend like Pele and all these behind me are our heroes, our hope, because whatever they do in their respective fields, they are promoting peace. These are monarchs. They are queens and kings, not as a result of heredity, but as a result of their personal commitment and efforts. It is one of the most enjoyable moments for me to be able, as a pensioner, to take part in a function of this nature. Thank you.
And with that, I just wanted to say thank you once again for your time. It was a pleasure being able to address you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our presenter. I'd like to call on Professor Bunting to come and take the stage. As BC Olatilo, please be recognized, sir. Of the embassy, okay, they are here. Please be recognized. Nice shut down.
Once I was privileged to hear a discussion between President Nyerere and President Mwai Kibaki of Kenya. And President Kibaki made the comment about a lot of the meetings and the conferences that the heads of state go to. And he said, we spend a lot of time on protocol and very little time on action. During the Burundi peace talks, President Museveni made a comment about President Mandela. This was when he took over after the passing away of President Nyerere. And he said, we would like to thank Madiba for teaching us how to be diplomatic without being diplomatic. Madiba said what he meant to say all the time. And he spoke with the authority of someone who had been in prison for 27 years of their life. So he had a moral authority
to suspend a lot of the rules and regulations that bind us and confine us as Africans from doing the jobs that we need to do to move ourselves forward as a people and as a continent. So I've titled my discussion, my contribution, is towards a new Pan-African vision for African unity and shared prosperity through sports diplomacy. I would emphasize here shared prosperity, because there is this pressing need for a new Pan-African collective agenda for intra-African diplomacy. And those of you, I would say, take note, I did not say inter-African. I say intra-African, because we are one. Those lines that were drawn on a map in 1884 in Belgium are artificial. I will give you another anecdote. In my work in the Great Lakes area of East Africa, I was working with Ugandans, I was working with Kenyans, Rwandans, and Burundis, and I knew two parliamentarians, one from Kenya and one from Uganda, and they were brothers. So I asked them, I said, how is this possible? And one of them said, well, you see, my brother was born in the kitchen and I was born in the sitting room. The border split down the middle of their home. Our objectives for sports diplomacy should be to unite the continent of Africa and bring the global Pan-African family together. Together to do what? To create a greater understanding and tolerance among Africans, to embolden cultural self-determination. Who are we culturally? Do we have to mimic everyone else? Or can we find the energy and the spirit and the seed from within ourselves to grow our own form of sports diplomacy, economic diplomacy? And if time permitted, I would get into that because it needs to be deconstructed. And just very briefly, many countries in Africa today are saying we have a new diplomacy, economic diplomacy. But I would say when the trans-Sahara trade between West Africa, East Africa, and Arabia was taking place, do you not think people were exercising diplomacy to say, where will we pass? How will we protect it? What if we're robbed on the way? How will we get compensation? That was diplomacy. So it's not new. What is new is we've abandoned one thing and gone into something else. And that which we've abandoned is sometimes, and it's hard for me to say this, is taking the moral position for the justice and equal rights and equity. And if we abandon that for something called profit, we have lost the way even before we've started. Economic liberation, when we talk about economic diplomacy, it should be for economic liberation. And economic liberation is economic self-determination. We must do this in order to I'm having a technical glitch here. Increase prosperity and peace and security, whereby African people benefit from the equitable distribution and wealth of Africa's natural resources. When I say equitable, I did not say equal. Equitable means fair. Equal does not mean fair. It's the same as when we say equal opportunity. Many people say, hey, I want equal opportunity. I would often ask my students, which would you prefer? Equal access or equal opportunity to access? And after thinking, everyone says, well, I'd rather have equal access as opposed to the opportunity, because I might not be in the position to exercise or take advantage of that opportunity. And the role of the state, the role of the community, is to ensure that equal access. Southern trees, American trees, bear a strange fruit. Blood on the leaves and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scenes from the gallant South. The bulging eyes and the twisted mouth. Scent of magnolias, sweet and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the wind to suck, for the rain to gather, for the sun to rot, for the tree to drop. Here is a strange and bitter, bitter crop. Our brothers and sisters are scattered across the planet, and they are still dropping from the trees of being lynched, being killed, being denied equal access. When this took place in 1968, I was a sophomore in the university playing American football, and this changed my life. We saw that athletes could organize and protest. This was the beginning or the burgeoning of the Black Power movement. And as Kwame Nkrumah said, Black Power taken to its logical conclusion is Pan-Africanism. We began to organize the Black Student Unions. We grew our hair long. We called it afros because now we're beginning to identify our home and make that connection. When the next season came around, my coach said to me, you have to make a decision. Are you going to be an activist or are you going to be an athlete? It wasn't like it is today, or is it? Think of Colin Kaepernick. I made the decision to struggle for my people. I made the decision to be an activist, to move African people globally, on the continent, and wherever we may be, towards freedom and self-determination. That decision, 3 years after I graduated from university, 1974, I moved to Tanzania. I became a Tanzanian citizen. And who would think someone coming from Compton, and I'm sure you've all heard about Compton, California, some way or another. That's where I grew up. That I would be sitting with presidents, that I would be here, having worked with Mwalimu Nyerere, with Madiba, Nelson Mandela, and amongst you, august and distinguished African brothers and sisters. This is what we're talking about. We did not have the option. We had to make a choice. But to you now, as you're saying you're going to have this, the Nigerian Institute for International Affairs take on sports diplomacy, I beg of you, do something new. Do something different. Break the mold. Do something African. Do something that reflects what we know Nigerians can do. You know, my daughter is married to a man from Nigeria. My sister-in-law is married to a man from Nigeria. My granddaughter, Ayodele. So once my mother-in-law, Mama Maria Nyerere, she said to one of my sisters visiting me, she said, it's good for you to come across the ocean because that's the only way those spirits can come back home is with one of you each time you come. my sister broke down in tears. Once someone in Mwalimu's village asked me who I was. By that time, I didn't really understand the question, so I said, well, I'm Ikaweba. And she said, no, who are you? So then my son named Mwene, I said, well, I'm Baba Mwene. And she said, well, now remember, we're not speaking English, by the way. And she said, well, yeah, because if you want to be in this village. Who are you? In Kiswahili, I said, mimi ndio wale ambao walitekwa nyara na kupelekwa mbali. I'm one of the ones who was captured and taken abroad. And she stood up, put her hand on my head, and did bigere. And sat down and began to talk and tell me that when she was a little girl, she was more than 100 at that time, that her fathers were captured and taken away. And they told her, don't worry, they will come back. The point of departure in East Africa is a town called Bagamoyo. And Bagamoyo means say goodbye to your heart. Lay your heart down here, to spill your heart out. In 1980, Muhammad Ali came to Tanzania, as Aidi has pointed out, to try to get Tanzania to boycott the Olympics. Now let's put that in perspective politically. Why Tanzania? Why was Tanzania the first place that he stopped? Because of the frontline states and the efforts for the liberation of Southern Africa. All of the liberation organizations, from the ANC, the PNC, PAC, ZANU, ZAPU, MPLR, you name them, were in Tanzania. The liberation struggle, the OAU Liberation Committee was housed there. So they knew, or they calculated, that if they could get Tanzania to go, then all of the frontline states would go along with it. Mwalimu went to his home village in Butiama, diplomatically, and he sent the Minister of Sports. But our journalists at that time, they didn't do like many of our journalists do today and just download off of the Reuters or CNN. They were true to that profession, and they grilled Mohammed. And they told him, asked him and told him, why should we boycott Russia? They're giving us arms to fight for our liberation. You are arming the Portuguese. You're arming South Africa. And Mohammed, to his credit, and maybe he was being diplomatic, he said, I was on a peace envoy in India, and they brought me a bag full of money and an Air Force One jet. And he said, I never had that much money, and I never rode on a presidential jet. But he apologized the next day. And he said, I didn't know that this was the situation. He went to Kenya, and they accepted. When he came here, from what we heard, the message came to him that if you want to come and visit us as our brother and as a champion, we will welcome you. But if you want to come and try to get us to boycott, stay on the plane and we will give you safe passage back. Very little, or very few people know that also Bob Beamon in 1968, when he broke the long jump record, that was the longest standing Olympic record in history, he also protested. He also put his life and his career on the line. But one of the results of what happened when George Foreman won the boxing championship, They've revised this story now because he remade himself. There's a little historical revisionism there, you know. We academics pick up on these things. But let me correct. I'm a guerrilla intellectual. And that's G-U, not G-O-R-I, G-U-E. We must use the instruments of our mental oppression in order to liberate ourselves. It's a battlefield of knowledge. They stuck the flag in his thing. Why? Because of those people holding their fists. And ever since then, this flag has been mandatory. Every nation does it now. But this is where it started in the United States as a reaction to that black power salute that Tommy Smith and John Carlos initiated. So understand, when we do this, we are playing into a script of jingoism, xenophobic, or you know, the British called it navel-gazing nationalism, where you just look at your own navel and you don't see the world outside. I cover the waterfront. This is a song by the singer Billie Holiday. My time is running out. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Because I had a lot more to tell you and to share with you. But anyway, my ancestors spoke to me when I listened to this song one night. And the lyrics, not all of them, said, I cover the waterfront, I look to the sea, for the one I love will return to me. Here am I, patiently waiting. When will you return? And for me, that woman's voice was the voice of Africa, calling me home. I was a young man, 23, 24 years old. When I landed here, I was 25. I'm a bit older than that now. African people articulated a strong and moral voice for the impoverished black communities of the world, for equal rights, justice, economic justice, political and cultural self-determination, and African unity. It was a central element of the policy and the articulations. These two men, Kwame Nkrumah and Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, were instrumental in that. And what I would like for us to do, and if we have it in our power, and if you have this institution, you do have it in your power, we need to recover and rekindle this. One of the things that we can observe and study is that from liberation movement to state, we lose our purpose. Our purpose becomes maintaining the state and not progressing and developing, moving forward. That word development also gives me problems because all nations at all times, all people at all times are changing from one thing into another. We used to call it nation building and progress. And now it's elections and economic, I don't know what I want to call it, neoliberalism. We're branding everything. We're turning everything into private sector. For what? Yeah, for the profit motive. And if you know athletics, you know it's a meat factory. The athlete can be exploited. True. And Heidi, in all due respect, the coach is not the boss. The owners are the boss. And if the players are making more than the owners, then they would fire them and bring in some new players so they could pay them some lower salaries, because profit is the ultimate objective. But we must think beyond that. I'm going to skip some of these because there's a couple of things here. I am a Pan-Africanist, obviously. And at this point in time, I'm the acting Secretary General of the Global Pan-African Movement. Our brother, Tajuddin Abdul Rahim, Some of you may know him. He was a Nigerian, one of the first Rhodes Scholars from Nigeria. He was the Secretary General. We were together in East Africa. Unfortunately, he passed away in an automobile accident, and it moved around a bit, and I've taken over that mantle. So it is my responsibility, out of respect for him being in his home country, and out of respect for you, so that you can internalize what I'm saying. And as you begin to develop your policies, as you begin to develop this idea of sports diplomacy, don't forget the people. Don't forget your brothers and sisters globally who are looking to Africa for leadership, for nurture, to be embraced by their brothers and sisters, to come back home and to feel at home. Consistent with what happened all over Africa, the Olympics, and what happened all over Africa when Senegal won AFCON, Africa Cup of Nations. We celebrated, and I had to critique myself a bit about this, self-criticism, because I know I felt happier that Senegal won rather than Egypt. That's the truth. And you can figure that out yourself. And I'm sure some of you had similar sentiments. Only a united Africa can redeem its past glory and renew and reinforce its strength for the realization of our destiny. We are today the richest and yet the poorest of all continents. Bear with me just a couple of moments. I'm going to move forward, very, very forward. The image speaks for itself. We are a global people, but our heart, and you know, if you're in outer space, the astronaut tells you every time they circle, the only continent they see is Africa. So they're trying to figure out, is Africa moving around the globe to keep up with their perspective? It's just a phenomenon from being in space. But it's the heart. Our diplomacy should not be tactical duplicity. Rather, it should be purposeful collective responsibility. I have 30 minutes to speak. The next list I want you to pay attention to. These are the African football players in Europe in alphabetical order. And you can see there, Nigeria, there are 129 footballers in Europe from Nigeria. 129. That's a significant number of people. So if we do it right, those 846 sportsmen, footballers, the new Pan-African Sports Diplomatic Corps. And I would suggest to the Institute, maybe one of the first things you can do is to begin to make a registry of African athletes around the world, in China, in Russia, all out through Europe, not only in football but basketball and track, in America in the colleges and universities, on the national NBA teams. There are many Africans there. And this is something that we can begin with, very concrete, not too expensive, and begin to give them a message. But if we're competing, competition means somebody wins and somebody loses. And when you're in the marketplace, the market is a competition. Can't get around. They promote it. Are you competitive? Really? there are 300,000 Nigerians in Texas. Now, growing up in America, you know, for my entire lifetime until very recently, there were only 22 million black people. Because the census, they would come in and they would say, well, it looks like there were about 10 or 15 people here. So I would suspect that there's closer to 1 million Nigerians in Texas. So Houston is little Lagos now. And I would dare to venture to say that in the next few years, because of the entire Antetokounmpo family, Milwaukee and Athens are going to be little Abuja. Let's understand that. Let's organize ourselves around that dynamic and let all of the world know that whether they're running under the flag of Britain or running under as people from Switzerland, they are African athletes. They're not European athletes. If they're playing in China, they're not Chinese athletes. This is the mayor of Houston, the people's mayor, the people's diplomat, Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon. Thank you very much. In Kiswahili we say asante sana.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm honored to be here. Uganda was 5th with 14 total medals. Ghana was 4th with 11 total medals. Algeria was 3rd with 14 total medals. Kenya was 22nd, and Nigeria was 1st with 22 medals in track and field. That was a team that we worked hard to put together, and we did it in a way that, as one example I will give, and that's a story that Segun likes. Okay, we had our athletes training with us, and we got the idea. Lee and I were talking one day. We said, look, African athletes, there's never been a world record made on the continent. There's a possibility that one of our athletes have a chance to do it. So we worked and we organized a competition up in Benin City. That's where I was located at the time. And we said, we're going to go for the world record in the 600 meters. And we used that event because Lee had run a fast time in that event, one of the all-time fastest times. Now the newspapers got on our case, said this is not possible to happen. We cannot have a world record here in Africa and so forth. But it filled the stands. The stands was packed like it was a major football game. And everybody came to see if it was going to happen. Felix Imari, who Lee was training, passed the 447 seconds and ended up running 1:16 for the 600 meters. The world record at that time was 1 minute and 14 seconds. He missed it by 2 seconds. The point we were trying to make is that this can happen in Africa. We have this kind of potential. And we were able to show it later on when we dominated the ECOWAS game, the first ECOWAS game. And of course, when we went to Algeria to win the African Championship. One of the things that I think, and I have talked to Segun about it over the years, one, and I wanted to have us a moment of silence for Lee Evans, because one of the things about Lee, not only was he a world champion, world record holder, held the world record for about 25 years or more, 24, and the Olympic record. to me, he was the most experienced and probably the best coach on the planet in the sprint. And he loved Nigeria. Nigeria was his home. And in fact, when Lee and I decided to come to Nigeria back in 1974, one of the things that happened was Lee made a point that he was going to return to Africa and make a contribution. He was lucky in the, Oliver Johnson is not here right now. He was the one that made it possible. Oliver Johnson, OBJ, the basketball coach. And Lee got hired, and then I was here teaching up in Sokoto at Federal Government College, Sokoto. Lee knew my experience, and he brought me on afterwards. Our objective was to show the world that Nigeria and Africa can be the best athletes in the world. And we almost proved it in 1976. Unfortunately, the boycott happened. A lot of people don't realize that when Lee took the team to Montreal before the Nigerian Airways DC-10 came to bring the team back home, there was a pre-Olympic meet. And it's really interesting because Lee had trained the athletes very hard that whole week. So they ran tired. But in that competition was Poland, Great Britain, the United States, 8 countries. Nigeria finished second to the United States and ran 3:011. U.S. ran 3:00. It was a national record. That team could have medaled in the 1976 Olympics, and some of the athletes might have medaled individually. But again, we had the situation where Nigeria returned back to, Nigeria left Montreal and returned back to Nigeria. And I think your team went to China, and some of the athletes went to a competition in China. I was in Tanzania at the time, and I was asked to return immediately back to Nigeria. One of the things that I was aware of at the time was that there was articles about Filbert Baye preparing for the Olympic Games, and of course the world was waiting to see Filbert run against John Walker from New Zealand. And that's a very interesting story because as Ika and ID were talking, it took me back to reflecting on a number of things. One, when I read the newspaper, before I read about the meeting in Mauritius with the boycott that happened, that was decided by the Organization of African States at that time for the 1976 Olympic Games, there was a lot of articles about Filbert being in the best shape in his life and so forth. So when the boycott happened, Tanzania and everybody else didn't go, or countries that were there, they returned home. Later on, years later, I had the opportunity to get hired in Tanzania as a national coach, and the objective was to coach Filbert Baye. Just looking at the time I have. And I was fortunate to do that. The thing is, Muhammad Ali was in Tanzania. I was with Filbert over in Canada and the United States. And he was on major television shows. And the one that always stands out in my mind is that he was on Good Morning Canada with the Canada foreign minister, or I forget her exact title right now. And Filbert was talking about Tanzania's going to the Olympics, and Muhammad Ali and that delegation was in Tanzania at the time trying to say, that to try to convince Tanzania to boycott. But Mary Agnelli is here. She's always been one of my favorites, and we had the experience in 1991. I think that's when I was selected as a coach to coordinate the team to compete against South Africa. And the objective of all of that was that South Africa was going to hold the elections for Honorable Nelson Mandela. And if that happened, then we could have a competition in athletics that would allow South Africa to re-enter back into the Olympic movement. So Mary was one of the first athletes that I recruited in Egypt at the African Championships, along with other African athletes. And we had two competitions when it was decided that we were going to have the competition. I was the coordinator and the coach of the African team. So we had a competition in Dakar, Senegal. And then we had a chartered flight with the South African team and the African team on the same flight. You had the top athletes in Africa competing in the African Games. Because of economics now, they all have agents. You don't see the top athletes competing in the All Africa Games anymore. That needs to be restored. That's a thing that we need to work on, Segun. And Mary, you need to put your input in there, because you know, back in the day, everybody had pride and wanted to compete in those events. Nowadays, we don't have. We have B teams, C teams, whatever teams. Not the top athletes. They're waiting to get their money and run up in Europe. So we have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do, particularly for our youth. One more thing. Right now, since I've been in Tanzania, Philbert Baye is writing his life story. It's about to go to the publishers. Again, another important moment in history when that book is written. Mary, you need to do yours, and so does a lot of other athletes. Because we need to keep that history. I was going to, before Segun blew my game today in the write-up on me, I was going to say, how many people remember Philbert Baye? How many people know that name? And have a show of hands. Because his name is being forgotten. Mary's name is being forgotten. She was the queen of sprints in Africa. She's history. You need to write your book, girl. She's always good to me. And then, so that's the work we need to do. We need to do all of that. Okay? All right.
And what we really do is just say a big thank you to everybody for coming. And, okay, 10 minutes. I am the product of Nigerian sports. When I was in primary and secondary school, I read most of the subjects without depth. I just crammed everything and poured them down. I thought every subject was really abstract. I couldn't connect the subjects to real life. I didn't think that the arithmetic I was studying or the physics I studied in secondary school had anything to do with how I was going to live my life from day to day. And I was doing well. That's how, as a freshly minted graduate, about to go for my youth service, I found myself heading towards Europe for preparation to the 1976 Olympic Games. It was not even a dream. I never dreamt that such a thing was possible. But there it was. I was heading to Europe for the first time in my life, and I was heading to the Olympic Games. Olympic Games, that's a competition for gods. It's not for human beings. You know, that was the thinking at the time. But there I was. Finally, I ended up in the Olympic Village. It was heaven. I found myself in heaven. That's the only way I can describe it. Everybody was there from all parts of the world. And we were congregating and mealing and eating and playing. And that was probably the best time of my life. On the eve of the games, they just called us and said we should quickly go and pack our things and head to the airport because we were going back home. That was probably also the worst time of my life. From the pinnacle of happiness to the depths of sorrow. And we quickly went, packed our things, we got to the airport, and at the airport it was all a sea of blackheads. A sea of blackheads. Because, as you heard them say, 27 African countries, all their athletes had been bungled out of the Olympic Village and asked to depart immediately. And we all ended up at the airport in our hundreds. I don't know how many we were. We were all huddled up, sitting on benches, lying on the floor, because there were no flights to even take us out. The only aircraft that came, the first that came, was a green and a white aircraft. Glittering, it was flying for the first time. Came from Atlanta, from the manufacturers in Atlanta. And it had Nigeria Airways written on it. When the whole world was looking at us black athletes going back home in shame, this aircraft came at daytime, and it stood on the tarmac, and we walked majestically. That was the proudest moment of my life. And that was when our former head of state, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, was president. He directed that that plane should go pick us. That moment, I started thinking about the connection between that which I thought was abstract and what is real. This was sports diplomacy in real time. I experienced it in real time because I was both a victim and a benefactor, a beneficiary. Because the knowledge that impacted on me is what is driving me to do what I'm doing here today. I realized that the way the world is constructed now does not favor a black person to succeed. I don't know how you interpret that, but for sure, 400 years is evidence enough that this world is not designed for the black man to succeed. The black man has to find his own way, and it has to be another way, because everything we have tried since slavery, since colonization, since neo-colonization, since everything, through every means has failed. But I saw the power of sports in 1976, because that Olympic Games, boycotted by those 27 African countries, go and read it up, is the worst Olympics that ever happened. Because
my name is Reverend Anselm Onya. I'm based in Guinea-Conakry. I've been opportune to work with several head presidents as their special advisors on religious matters. And presently, you will find out that there are people like me that is in this hall. I never loved sports before. Before, I never loved sports. I do watch football occasionally. Maybe I'm passing by in my parlor and football is being played. I'll just take a snap. But today, with what impartations I have received, I can move mountains with sports. I can move mountains with sports, and you can do the same. And if we can be sincere to ourselves, there are more people than myself who never loved sports before. But with what have happened today, I know you can do better. So I'll take it back home. I represent Guinea. That's a place I've been living for the past 32 years now. And I'm in Nigeria, but they accepted me, they welcomed me to the highest realm. God bless us.
Diplomacy desk of the Institute. Two, of course, we have seen the National Council for Arts and Culture, and very importantly, to MTN. We are very grateful to these partners, and we look forward to welcoming more institutions, corporate agencies, and individuals to partner with the sports diplomacy desk of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in subsequent episodes, which we understand will be on a quarterly basis going forward. Having said that, I have been authorized to leave another 100 seconds, 50 each, for questions and answers. 100, yes, sir.
To convey goodwill. One is a suggestion. I know that I'm aware that this Professor Faso in LASU. He has written his inaugural lecture on sports diplomacy. I think it would be useful. The second one is just to inform this audience that there's a great sporting event coming up in Unilag, Noga, that's from 16th to 27th, involving 100,000 athletes. You are welcome. Thank you.
The BOS, the BC Olatilo show is here, Biscon Television is here. Our name was missed out, but I didn't think it was too good for that. But anyway, I think about me, sports is my life. Of course, you know I'm a broadcaster, but how did I start broadcasting? Listening to the likes of Ernest Okonkwo. And that was where, in fact, Ishola Folonsho started that, then Ernest took over from him. I was in school then, and I started learning how to do sports commentary. I was a sports commentator at the time. I became a footballer, and today, sports is first rate on our TV platform, and we give it a lot of support. Thank you.
Missing out, it wasn't deliberate. Time factor was the major consideration here. We appreciate your presence. Thank you, and God bless you. Associate Professor F.M. Ubi, sorry.
The audience, but I want to ask this question so that we can all benefit. The first presenter, Mr. Udi, you know, you dumped a lot of videos and data, and I'm sure people will be wondering why the minister is asking this question. Even though I know the answer, but I think it's important we ask an expert who is here. A lot of powerful data, videos that you dumped on us. Are you able to walk through this data to give this country a prescription? Because the second speaker came up with the number of the Nigerian athletes of footballers, 138. And I just did a bit of, I backed up a bit, and I remember we're looking at across Europe and America, we're trying to get the names of our athletes, whether footballers, track and field, to create some kind of data bank for athletes. Are you able to look at this and give a prescription, now that we're at the cusp of having a sports industry policy? And the best way to plug in is by leveraging on the sports industry as it is now. Country, a policy being approved is not usually enough. It's how quickly you run with it. Thank you.
So it's something we can obviously discuss offline, but yes, the data is very, very important, and we need to look at trend lines. For example, now, if you look at the Under-17 World Cup team, the Nigerian Under-17 World Cup team will win the championship in years in which there's a change of government in Nigeria. When we hold elections, those years are when the Under-17 team will win the World Cup. So you have to look at trend lines. We can go on and on with FIFA. Every 12 years, Italy plays for the World Cup championship and so on. So as it relates to policy for us, yeah, begin to compile that data, filter the data, make sure the data is quality, and then actionable on that data. So I'm happy to work with the ministry on that side. Thank you, sir.
I wouldn't say participant. Every one of us here is a distinguished guest. Before I say thank you and bye-bye on behalf of the council and the management of the institute, I would like to say that I think our take-home here today is that sports is an environment that we have learned. I heard one of the speakers talk about, the minister himself who said ecology of sports, which that means we have to create a niche for ourselves, that sports defines a nation. And we've heard several talk about how sport defines a nation, with particular emphasis on image building. Now, we also have learned that sport makes development sustainable. And in any case, sport is a new term that describes the old practice. And in that seat, I would like to say a very big thank you to each and every one of us, that as you go back to wherever you're coming from, I wish you a safe trip. May God grant you joining mercies back to your homes.
Thank you, Professor F.M. Nkam Obi. May I respectfully ask all here present to please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the high points of the news. On the national scene, $800 million Ports Rehabilitation Fund almost ready, says federal government. Senate confirms Cardoso Yuguda, 10 others as MPC members. In business news, Nigeria's GDP grew by 3.46% in the fourth quarter of 2023, says MBS. On the foreign scene, Navalny's mother says she has been shown his body. And in the weather sports, Nasarawa Amazons, Rivers Angels keep top spots in NWFL Premiership. Now the news in full. The federal government has said that the over $800 million needed for the rehabilitation of ports in the country is almost ready. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, announced this in Apapa, Lagos during the presentation and inauguration of 7 security patrol boats by the Nigerian Ports Authority (NPA). In November, the Nigerian Ports Authority said it was launching over $800 million for the rehabilitation plan of all the ports in Nigeria in the first quarter of 2024, while noting that almost all the ports in Nigeria need rehabilitation and MPA is initiating a substantial overhaul, starting with the Tinkan Island and Apapa ports in Lagos. However, Oyetola reiterated the need to modernize the ports to meet global standards. The former Osun State Governor commended the management of MPA for taking the initiative of acquiring the security patrol boats. Now, the federal government has said that the constant issuance of strike threats by the labor union could send wrong signals to potential investors, which would negatively affect the business environment. This is as the federal government and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) have sharply disagreed on the purported 50% success in the implementation of the agreement entered into between the duo in October 2023. The meeting is coming on the heels of the expiration of a 14-day ultimatum issued by the organized labor over the hardship in the country, as well as alleged non-implementation of agreement with government. Speaking at the meeting between the two parties, the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Nkiruka Onyejocha, said the government was determined to ensure that all agreements are implemented. The meeting, which reviewed the progress reports of agreements reached in October 2023 between the government and organized labor, followed a press statement released by the minister, stating that substantial progress has been made in all the agreements reached between government and labor unions. Now, the Senate has confirmed the appointment of 12 persons as members of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. This confirmation comes after a report of the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions Committee of the CBN was considered during plenary on Thursday. The confirmation of the new MPC members comes days to the first policy meeting of the Apex Bank under the new CBN governor. The meeting has been slated for February 26 and 27, 2024. The members include Olayemi Kadoso, Chairman, Muhammad Sani Abdullahi, Bala Bello, Usoro, among others. In November 2023, Kadoso, who was newly appointed CBN governor by President Bola Tinubu in September 2023, had said that the MPC meeting has not been effective under his embattled predecessor, Godwin Emefiele. Renowned economist and managing director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, Bismarck Rawani, has said the MPC should meet beyond 4 times a year to review economic and financial conditions and stem galloping inflation. In another story, a federal high court in Abuja has ordered the National Population Commission to disclose expenditure details related to the suspended 2023 population census within 7 days. The census was initially scheduled to be held in 2022, but was later postponed to 2023. The exercise was, however, suspended indefinitely by former President Muhammadu Buhari a few days before leaving office, saying that he would allow President Bola Tinubu to announce new dates for the head count. The census is now slated for November 2024. The MPC had in June 2023 stated that a total of 200 billion naira was expended on its preparation for the conduct of the postponed 2023 population and housing census. However, an Abuja-based lawyer, Opatola Victor, had dragged the commission to court after the MPC refused to provide the details of the money spent on the suspended exercise through a Freedom of Information Act filed by him. Now, in another development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has announced a 25% slash in transport fares for government-owned transport schemes. Sanwo-Olu made this announcement during a live media chat. Sanwo-Olu speaks.
We started something last year from August where we had a 50% reduction on all public transportation, right? It was reduced, and stopped towards the end of the year when, things resumed back, But now I think transport cost is also a major pain that our citizens are. So almost immediately from this weekend, we're throwing back a 25% reduction on all public transportation. Right? We're working with the various unions to ensure that we also can support them. But on our BRT, on our trains, on our ferry services, you are going to begin to enjoy that almost immediately from this weekend. I've given instructions, and so they are working on the logistics for that.
He also announced that civil servants from levels 1 to 14 will begin to work 3 days a week as part of measures to ease the economic challenges for residents. The governor noted that the forum was intended to intimate residents of steps being taken to reduce the economic burden on Lagosians. He said workers in the teaching sector will, however, maintain the 5-day-a-week work schedule, but the government will ensure additional transportation support for them.
Can we even be creative and have a flexible working hour? And so immediately from next week, we're working out a plan where civil servants from level 0, from 1 to 14, will come to the office, we can do it. And Lagos State has, such resources. So the first thing is to look at ourselves and be the first change, that we want. So we will be reducing the number of days that they'll come. You don't have to put pressure on the road. You don't have to be on the road for 3 hours trying to say you're trying to get home at night. So you can plan better. You also can reduce, your economic pressure. We have in the fleet of the public service over 120, buses, but it's not enough, right? So reduce it, let's plan out our time. Services will not be disrupted. Services will not be reduced, to our citizens. You want something for government, there will still be somebody that will do it for you.
You're watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to Business News. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says Nigeria's gross domestic product grew by 3.46% year-on-year in real terms in the fourth quarter of 2023. In its GDP report for fourth quarter 2023 released on Thursday, the NBS said the growth rate was lower than the 3.52% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2022 and higher than the third quarter 2023 growth of 2.54%. The Bureau stated that the performance of the GDP in the fourth quarter of 2023 was driven mainly by the services sector, which recorded a growth of 3.9% and contributed 56.55% to the aggregate GDP. The agriculture sector grew by 2.10%, from the growth of 2.05% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2022. The growth of the industry sector was 3.86%, an improvement from minus 0.94% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2022. In terms of share of the GDP, industry and the services sectors contributed more to the aggregate GDP in the fourth quarter of 2023 compared to the fourth quarter of 2022. On an annual basis, GDP grew by 2.74% in 2023 relative to 3.10% in 2022, the statement added. We'll take a break now to bring you politics news. Stay tuned.
Vote of confidence. There was a move by some of the state assembly members to impeach the speaker over alleged bad leadership. The vote of confidence passed with overwhelming support signifies a collective commitment to stability and unity within the legislative body. The member representing Malam Maduri local government area, Hamza Ibrahim, moved the motion for the vote and was seconded by the member representing Gariki local government area, Abduila. 4 aspirants have indicated interest for the ticket of the new Nigerian People's Party (NNPP). Chairman of the screening committee, Abdurrahman Abubakar, during the exercise in Abuja, said the party pegged its expression of interest form and nomination of form at 11 million naira. Abubakar expressed confidence that NNPP would repeat defeat in Kano State in Edo State. According to him, the screening exercise would be thorough as the aspirants would provide needed documents to avoid disqualification from the contest by the party or the court. National Publicity Secretary of NNPP, Yakubu Shendam, said the party would adopt indirect primary. That's all on Biscon Politics.
Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Alexei Navalny's mother has said she has been shown his body, but added that the Russian authorities were pressuring her to allow a secret burial. In a video address, Lyudmila Navalnaya said she had been brought to a morgue on Wednesday night. She said she had signed a death certificate. Allies of the former opposition leader said it claimed he died of natural causes. Meanwhile, Navalny's widow has said he was killed by Russian authorities. Lyudmila Navalnaya, the mother, said the law required authorities to hand over her son's body, but said she was being blackmailed as they refused to do so. She alleged authorities were setting conditions for the burial of her son, including the place, time, and manner of burial. Ms. Navalnaya, who traveled to the town of Solekhard following the news of her son's death in a nearby penal colony, also said she was being threatened by the authorities. She was speaking in a video posted on her late son's YouTube channel and finished the address by demanding his body be returned to her. Navalny died in a prison colony on 16 February. You're watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is sports news. Join us again.
This is Biscon TV Sport News. Heartland Queens secured the only away point of Nigeria Women's Football League NWFL Premiership Match Day 9 following Wednesday's draw against Royal Queens in Sapele, Delta State. In Group A, while Rivers Angels defeated Remo Stars, they lose 2-0 to hold on tightly to the top of Group B. Heartland Queens piped Royal Queens 1-0 when the same fixture was played last season, but the home side resisted all attempts by the guests to walk away with 3 points, knowing that they are also in a precarious situation and could not endure a home loss if they have to remain in the top flight beyond this season. The away draw saw the Owerri side lose the top spot of Group A to experienced Nasarawa Amazons, who pummeled Niger Rattles 5-0 in Lafia. Ojiovri Kasena's double and a goal each from Bisola Mosaku, Yino Adu and Olushola Shubowale made for an emphatic finish. Amazons are atop the group with 17 points from 9 games ahead of Heartland Queens, who have 15 points. In other Group A games, Dana's Ladies trashed Confluence Queens to move to the third spot with 14 points, while Confluence Queens slipped to the fourth with 14 points also. Abia Angels scored first in Gombe through Rose additional in the 38th minute, but Benjamin Nwoki-led side still lost the game to Adamawa Queens through Blessing Sule and Florence Onyechi goals in the 69th and 89th minutes. The second goal was scored from the penalty spot. In Group B, Rivers Angels beat Remo Stars Ladies 2-0 with Blessing Okwe and Olamide Adugbe on the scoring sheet. They are atop the table with 18 points, while Bayelsa Queens are following closely in second spot with 16 points after they beat Sunshine Queens 2-0. FC Robo Queens moved up to third spot with 15 points after they piped visiting Edo Queens 1-0 at the Legacy Pitch, National Stadium, Lagos. NWFL Premiership reigning champions Delta Queens are 5th on the log with 12 points after they narrowly beat Ekiti Queens 2-1. Now, Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp praised his players and his fans after the Reds beat Luton Town. He also offered an injury update ahead of the Carabao Club Cup final. Liverpool roared back from a goal down to beat Luton 4-1 at Anfield on Tuesday evening. The Reds are becoming second-half masters with the 38 goals they've scored from the 73rd minute onwards in matches this season, as many as they have conceded in total. Only the final goal against the Hatters was within the time frame, with Harvey Elliott capping the night off with a fine strike in the 90th minute on this occasion. It was in the opening 15 minutes of the second half when the match turned with goals from the Dutch pair of Virgil van Dijk and Cody Gakpo, turning the deficit into a lead. With Luis Diaz also scoring, it ended up being a fine night for a very understrength Liverpool side. He was really surprised that Jurgen Klopp expressed his joy when speaking to the media after the match. The news from Liverpool manager was not all positive. He asked about the injury crisis at the club, and his response was not encouraging ahead of the Carabao Club final against Chelsea at Wembley on Sunday. And that's it for Biscon Sport News. Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. Today we're taking a look at highlights from London Fashion Week for 2024, and today we're taking a look at the recent report from British Fashion Council, and they're saying that the fashion industry significant contribution to the UK economy. In 2021, the estimated 28.9 billion euros gross value added contribution to the economy and was actually similar in size to what was made by the car industry. And the driving force behind the industry has been London Fashion Week, the semi-annual event that just celebrated its 40th anniversary this month. So London Fashion Week is a great supporter of new talent, both through its New Gen program and with the help of excellent organizations like Fashion Scout and Global Fashion Collective. The anniversary edition of London Fashion Week actually showed 67 designers with collections by many emerging designers, including several debut this season. So firstly, we're taking a look at Tolu Coker. She's a British Nigerian designer. Tolu Coker's runway show was a joyful spectacle filled with tires, food carts with brightly colored umbrellas and live music. Our designs for this show were equally electric, and it had leather coats, both long and cropped, hoodies under long wool coats, and gowns worn over trousers. This is a young designer who is passionate to use fashion for social change. The next person we're taking a look at is Saul Nash. British designer Saul Nash genderless sportswear goes from strength to strength, both with its dance-inspired designs and through clever collaboration with Gucci, Adidas, and Mercedes-Benz. Is also keen to work sustainably. The next person we're taking a look at is Sabira. Stylist and creative director Deborah Lacho's new collection draws inspiration from a groundbreaking leading lady and 1980s icon. Powerful, glamorous, independent businesswoman Dominique Diverex of the hit 1980s TV show Dynasty. Last but not the least is Robin Lynch, another brilliant collection from Irish designer Robin Lynch, this time including a collaboration with CP Company, as the designer upcycles outerwear pieces from the Italian sportswear brand past collections into a capsule of one-off designs. And that's all we have for you today on Showbiz News. Welcome back, and that's the news on Biscon Television. Before we go, a recap of the major points. On the national scene, $800 million Sports Rehabilitation Fund almost ready, says federal government. Senate confirms Cardoso, Yuguda, 10 others as MPC members. In business news, Nigeria's GDP grew by 3.46% in the fourth quarter of 2023, says MBS. On the foreign scene, Nalvani's mother says she has been shown his body. And in the world of sports, Nasarawa Amazons Rivers Angels keep top spots in NWFL Premiership. And that's the news compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalari. Now the last line. An author once said, and I quote, "I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination." End of quote. And that's the news. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us.
As the Biscon Tv show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfit of archive. Biscon Tv show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Tv show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egba land 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Tv show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Tv show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Tv show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Tv show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Tv show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
Women are the salt of the nation.
Southern Women Empowerment Forum presents 2024 Inaugural National Conference and Investiture Ceremony with the theme Breaking Barriers, Overcoming Gender Stereotypes in Nigeria. Guest of honor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Guest of honor, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Father of the Day, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria President 2010 to 2015. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Dame Patience Jonathan, former First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Other invited guests, wives of state governors, 7 female commissioners, female members of the National Assembly, and female stakeholders in southern states. Date, 29 February 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Wells Garden Hotel, Asokoro, Abuja. The SWEF conference will focus on several critical areas, including economic development, education and skill development, health and well-being, and leadership. Chief hostess, Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, President, Southern Women Empowerment Forum.
Women are the salt of the nation. Women, women, women.
Ogun State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphates, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, kola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels, tobacco, cotton, and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you.
African kitchen. African kitchen. Mama Africa. African kitchen. African kitchen. Mama Africa. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my hands. African kitchen, African kitchen, Mama Africa, Mama Africa. African kitchen, African kitchen, Mama Africa, Mama Africa. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Another glorious day is here, viewers at home. I'm so happy to be with you here once again. This is your #1 television cookery program, African Kitchen. I am Buki Ogunote, and it's my pleasure to be with you once again. I'm always excited, I'm always happy whenever it is time for me to come right here on your channel. It's so great to be here once again. I believe you're ready, you're set to go along this journey with me. I trust you, I always love you. Thank you very much. All right, today promises to be exciting and entertaining as well. So don't miss any beats of this segment. My name is Buki Ogunote once again. Happy to be with you. I'll be here any moment from now with my guests. Just stay glued to your TV sets. I'll see you after this break. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome back. I'm still here. We're just starting, so don't feel bad if you're just coming in. So just settle down and let's take the ride together. Without much ado, let me bring in my guest. I've traveled far today. In fact, I went as far as Anambra to bring my guest. Ngwa, follow me now as I bring in my guest. Let us do it in the Anambra way. Ngwa, oh, sister. Hey! Take. Yeah. Keep the third one until after. Hey, you are welcome. You keep the third one until after I don't give me a hug now. You are my sister. No. Dalu. Well, I try. You are welcome. It's nice to have you. Please, what's your name? And they know you're from Anambra. Where exactly? Which of the local governments in Anambra?
Okay, good day, my viewers. My name is Chinyere Ezenwa. I'm from Anambra State, Amafo Village.
Wow, Amafo Village. Okay, please greet our people in your dialect. Let them know that you're here.
From Anambra State. Now they are African
kitchen, yes. She wants to throw me away. I don't go grief for her. That is good. I'll feel you. I'll feel you, my sister. You're welcome. So what do you want to prepare for us today? At least they know that their daughter is here in the kitchen with us.
I want to prepare fried plantain with egg sauce and hot dog.
Beautiful. So if you prepare this for daddy at home, how does it normally feel? You guys happy? Don't swallow all those words. Don't swallow and just speak them out. No? So
that they be happy. They said that the secret to every man's heart is
through the stomach. Hey, I will take it. Okay now. All right. Very quickly, what are the recipes one after the other? I know we have the plantain.
Yes,
okay.
We have the plantain. We have the tomato, the pepper, the seasoning, the onion, and the hot dog and the
salt to take, of course, the egg. We're going to be frying the egg. I want you to stay glued to the TV set. Don't go anywhere. Just watch her how my darling sister will be preparing her own. Okay, so we're going to cut the plantain and start preparing. It's not going to take long. So we do the cutting, we wash our hands. So it's so good. What do you do for a living, ma? So what do you do for a living, ma? Ma? Business, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you're cutting, you rinse the plantain. Let me get the knife. Where is the plastic? You cut them inside. Okay. You're a businesswoman and you still create time for cooking. That's good. That's good. Okay. So do you put salt into your plantain? Let me cut. So do you want to put plantain salt this time? Oh yeah. I want you to let me remove. So that one you will mix and pour for this one.
You won't speak now.
No, it doesn't matter. Anyhow, all join. Everything, all join. Look at this, your sister.
Everything will join.
Now everything, no. Oh yeah. Sister. Yeah. That's all now. So she dey push. She dey chase me up and down. I don't want to make you block me. You know, see what they happen for back. Okay, so we're going to do more and we'll be frying it. All right, viewers, don't go away. By the time we come back, we're going to be preparing the egg with all these colorful items here. I'm still here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. It's African Kitchen. Welcome back, viewers. Okay, now you can see the plantain is ready. Now we want to start frying the egg sauce. Okay. So if you are preparing this at home, this is how you prepare it, no, really. Or it's just because you want to cook for us in African kitchen, you are adding all this paparazzi. Because at times at home when you are cooking, ordinary onions, some people don't go put so.
You don't go put onion.
Ah, okay.
And now get one they call emergency food. Concussion.
Okay. This one definitely must be hot. So the egg you are making now, is it omelette or be scrambled egg? So that I know the spoon to give you. This thing go melt too.
Thank you.
Hi. Now the sweetness. Madam, go ahead. Now you the cook, it's not my cooking. Me, I go pour everything with the water, everything. Because that one is part of the sweetness and it will dry your fire. Speak out, you are whispering to yourself. The plastic. Okay. If I want to sleep and enjoy my sleep, if I take plantain, fried plantain with gari,
Fried plantain.
like this, and I look for real gari jebu, soak and well with cold water. Oh my God! If care is not taken, before I finish the food, I go down to sleep.
What do they go call that one?
Sleeping tablets now. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. I just want to help you. What are you going to use to beat your, not before? I just want to help you pack the sauce. Okay, because of the sauce you added the other time. So the one inside your egg now. You are not putting inside the egg. Oh, okay. This is looking colorful. If you want kill, I'll make you come chop carrots inside again. Nah, so.
Just as you say, your own recipe for sleeping is just plantain.
And gari. So this one is your recipe for what? Not for looking good. Okay, all right.
I add this just 2 slices of that tomato will not be enough.
Okay.
It just will not go. Not only putting the little.
I'm learning. Beat your egg. Is that enough? Oh. So now the egg is about to go in. Alright viewers, we all know how to fry egg. It's just a style of... I observe, okay, you don't want seasoning cubes. Okay. Oh, okay. because the thing might not dissolve. I can see the way they beat the egg, as if they pity the egg. Which one be swag for cooking?
Yes, now they get swag. Some they sing, some they dance when they cook.
Okay.
Joy now. Joy of a woman as a cook to handle these things.
All right. When is the egg going inside? They make the
now.
Okay. You want me to mix this together inside? Then you know, so that we enter well. Won't be able to separate. They will leave. It will not come out like pizza.
Like what?
Like pizza. Let's watch and see. You know pizza? So it will not come out like pizza. So what's your beauty routine? From the time you wake up in the morning till probably when you go out to work? You're a businesswoman, right? According to what you told me.
I wake up in the morning after my prayer, I do my little exercise.
You do exercise? Which kind of exercise you do? Frog jump? Press up? Anyone. But you don't walk around the compound. Okay, so after that, don't mind me. Thank you. This one heavy here. The full brekete, full for grant. Yeah. What did I call this one for Igbo? The kind of food where you go chop. Ogwo gini? Ogwo bala. What's the meaning of that? Most vitamin medicine. Hey, what? Hey, what? See us. It will nourish your body. This one, na ogbonge. In fact, just serve the egg, serve the plantain. The egg is okay, it's done. No. Viewers at home, well, our food is ready. The plantain is here. The egg is done. Thank you for staying tuned, but don't go away. African Kitchen continues. Thank you, madam. God bless you. You will know then, they clean up kitchen, clean up everywhere. Use and wash. Now what should they do? This one is done. No? I'm switching it off. All right, thank you so much, viewers. Don't go away. Let's meet on the table. Welcome back, viewers. Joining us on the table right about now, we have two gentlemen. From my immediate to the left, let's meet you, sir. What's your name?
Arize.
Now, Arize, you pronounce, they say you speak German language. You didn't read like that. I don't know. Where are you from?
I'm from Anambra.
From Anambra? Yeah. Okay, bros. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Anambra, resto, power, it is well. What do you do for a living, sir?
I work in the company.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. So you must be used to this food then. Bros, let's meet you. What's your name, sir?
My name is Quadri Ibrahim.
Godwin Ibrahim.
Quadri Ibrahim.
Quadri Ibrahim. All right, what do you do, sir?
Fashion designer.
Okay, you're a fashion designer. Okay. Nice meeting you. Thanks for coming. All right, sir. Bros, have fun now.
Day.
Yes.
Which one? What's in the ground?
Nothing
Nothing day. You get plantain and this sumptuous looking what you call an egg? What you call it? That your native language, what you call it for kitchen now? Oh my God! You dey look out for your front. You say nothing day. Don't let me make a vex for you. You are welcome. What's your name? Nice to meet you.
I'm Emmanuel by name.
Emmanuel.
Yes.
All right. Feel like this your face familiar self for you.
Yes, I was here the last time.
Bros, feel like you like our food very well. This time around, I'm going to charge you for money. You're welcome. It's nice to have you. So this is not strange to you, and I think your face too. This is not strange to you, so let's relax. My sister from Anambra, that's what I said, from Anambra, Aristo Power 2. She prepared this. So please, join us at home, viewers, and let's eat this. God has blessed it, and it is done in Jesus' name. Nice to be back with you guys. Let me start from you. How was the food, sir? Hello, Ross. Yes. Oh, you don't reach another planet. How was the food?
Okay, the food was okay. It has a nice taste, and I love it.
You love it. I can see the evidence. Bros, how far?
The food is okay.
Is it okay? How okay was it?
So delicious.
So delicious. Okay. So you credit the woman, you prepare her well. Bros, how was it?
It was very nice. Extremely.
Any comment, anything? Are you people telling the truth? Me? Speak out, don't whisper. What are you saying?
But you
no, don't leave my own comments. Let our guests be this one. I want to hear from them. How was it?
It was okay.
It was just okay. I mean, it was beautiful, wonderfully prepared.
I swear it was beautiful.
This one way you don't talk, I swear. I be saying that true.
It makes sense. Thank you.
It makes sense. Okay. All right, for real, without even tasting it, me looking at the food, you will agree with me that a wonderful meal that you take, and it really did taste, very, very good. Why not try it one of these days if you have never tried such before, and you will really love it. Thank you once again for coming. Thank you very much, viewers, for staying tuned. My guest cook, thanks, madam. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your love. Thanks for being around. Don't worry, we promise you when next you come around, I'm sure it will be maybe pounded jam is okay. All right then. Okay. So viewers at home, I have to thank you more because you are our inspiration. You are our own engine. Where would they take, use the role? Thank you so much for being there. On this note, I want to draw the curtain of this episode so as to be able to come again next week. Until then, I remain Buki Ogunote, and from my guests, we say
thank you very much.
Bye-bye to everybody.
Women are the salt of the nation.
Southern Women Empowerment Forum presents 2024 Inaugural National Conference and Investiture Ceremony with the theme Breaking Barriers, Overcoming Gender Stereotypes in Nigeria. Guest of honor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Guest of honor, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Father of the Day, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria President 2010 to 2015. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Dame Patience Jonathan, former First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Other invited guests, wives of state governors, 7 female commissioners, female members of the National Assembly, and female stakeholders in southern states. Date, 29 February 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Wells Catherine Hotel, Asokoro, Abuja. The SWEF conference will focus on several critical areas, including economic development, education and skill development, health and well-being, and leadership. Chief hostess, Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, President, Southern Women Empowerment Forum.
Women are the salt of the nation. Women, women, women.
As the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, the globally acknowledged leading brand in the cutting-edge, inimitable production of groundbreaking events dating back many decades, prepares to celebrate its Silver Jubilee anniversary. It's time to blow our own trumpet resoundingly, stating the qualities that have continued to endear the BOS brand to all our fans across and beyond Nigeria. In the last 25 years, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, which is the longest-running general interest magazine program on television in Nigeria, has covered and broadcasted events of social, economic, corporate, political, and entertainment values every week unfailingly. With iconic events dating back many decades captured for posterity, BOS honors those living and immortalizes the dead everlastingly. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, proudly boasts of being one of the broadcast outfits with the richest library of archives of past events. The Biscon Latino Show's awesome archive of iconic events parade the coverage of convocations of universities, coronations of traditional rulers, inaugurations of state governors in Nigeria, the inaugurations of Nigerian presidents, and President Barack Obama of the United States of America. 2010 World Cup in South Africa, covered by the ubiquitous Biscon Latino Show, BOS. BOS was also at the inauguration of the Alake of Egbaland 16 years ago, Oba of Benin 8 years ago, Oni of Ife, Ulu of Warri, and many more. As for the birthday, anniversary, and weddings of the high and mighty in the society, the BOS archives is replete with very exciting pan and beyond Nigerian super coverages. As for the festivals like Calabar Carnival, Ujude Oba Festival of the Ijebus, Lishabi Festival of the Egbas of Ogun State, and others, the Biscon Latino Show BOS simply is the toast of all. The corporate concerns, the banks, telecommunication companies, and other business concerns have made BOS their prime choice over the years. The newspapers, state governments would rather the almighty Biscon Latino Show give the coverage of their awards our inimitable packaging as exemplified by what we have in the awesome BOS archives. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, is the preferred choice of state governments in the propagation and publicity of their programs to their different constituents in different states, because the Biscon Latino Show is the #1 program they've all been watching religiously in the last 25 years. In fact, the Biscon Latino Show, BOS, commissioned to provide a comprehensive nationwide campaign program for President Goodluck Jonathan, President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Bola Tinubu, which took the BOS team around the country campaigning for votes for the candidates at the time. The Biscon Latino Show, BOS, was also involved in rigorous campaign for Governor Duoye Diri of Bayelsa State, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State. Incidentally, these were all clients of BOS from the two different political parties, APC and PDP. Also, in the very rich archives of BOS, with events that span over 25 years, is the one where BOS paid an everlasting honor to immortalize Nigeria's First Lady of all times, Mrs. Stella Obasanjo, who died 19 years ago. The Biscon Show, BOS, the first and the best, still remains on the very top of our game.
Glamour and glitz, voice and style, paparazzi and razzmatazz. All these and more wouldn't be enough to describe the atmosphere that's about to be envisaged at the upcoming CIG Industry Night this month, as CIG honors one of Nigeria's finest gifts to the world, international actress Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. So, don't miss this grandiose event, as the who's who in the creative industry will be on ground to witness CIG's special recognition package for her tremendous contributions to the creative industry both locally and internationally. Date Friday 23rd February 2024. Time 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Venue Culture Yard, 2B Abbott Johnson Crescent, Wet Estate, ABC Bus Stop at Denny Jones Ikeja, Lagos. CIG believes in celebrating those that have impacted our lives while they are still with us and not when they are gone. CIG, we are bridging the gap. This event is powered by Creative Industry Power, CIP.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, no going back on reforms despite challenges, President Tinubu insists. Governors tackle Akpabio, deny receiving federal government 1 trillion naira lifeline. Business. Customs begin distribution of seized food items today. Foreign. United States to target Russia with more sanctions. Sports. Michael Van Gerwen secures third night win in a row in Newcastle. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu has defended his administration's reforms, saying there is no going back. Tinubu said this at the State House in Abuja while receiving a delegation from the Corporate Council on Africa, CCA, led by Florizel Lisa, CCA's President and Chief Executive Officer. Tinubu on his inauguration declared an end to the fuel subsidy regime and later floated the naira alongside a slew of reforms. The moves have triggered a hike in the cost of living in Nigeria as the country's currency lost its value. Despite the criticisms and protests that have greeted reforms by the Tinubu's government, the president said he is not backing down. The president also commended the recent landing of a 45,000-kilometer submarine fiber optic cable in Akwa Ibom State, which establishes connectivity for the entire South-South region of Nigeria with Europe and other parts of Africa via the Atlantic Ocean. Governors have denied a claim by Senate President Godswill Akpabio that the federal government disbursed 1.08 trillion naira to states to address the food crisis in the country. During the inauguration of the renovated Central Mosque in the Iseyin area of Oyo State, the state governor and the vice chairman of the Nigeria's Governors Forum, Seyi Makinde, said he could attest to the fact that state governors did not receive 30 billion naira each, as claimed by the Senate President. Also, officials of Lagos, Zamfara, Benue, Osun, Katsina, and Enugu states told newsmen that their state governors did not receive 30 billion naira each. State governments had, in September 2023, received 2 billion naira each out of the 5 billion naira loan offered to them by the federal government as a palliative to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy. The economic reforms, including the subsidy removal implemented by the federal government, had precipitated a cost of living crisis across the country following higher transport costs, food inflation, and the plummeting value of the naira. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has described those clamoring for a coup d'etat as enemies of Nigeria, saying the military remained resolute to protect the nation's democracy. This was as the Kaduna State Overseeing Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arua, disclosed that the mastermind of the August 2021 attack on the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna was eliminated by troops on Wednesday. The CDS, who spoke to journalists in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, warned coup mongers in the country. The economic hardship in the country, which has seen Nigerians trooping to the streets in protests against the rising cost of living, has precipitated the fear of military intervention. More so, as 3 member states of the Economic Community of West African States have fallen into the hands of military juntas. However, the Nigerian military has consistently maintained that it had no interest or plan to take over power, saying it remained loyal and committed to the democratic government. We'll take a break now and be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, has said that the distribution of seized food items would commence today. Adeniyi, while speaking with journalists in Lagos, warned that the distributed seized food items was not to be resold. Adeniyi also warned that customs officers were banned from partaking in the exercise, adding that the rice would come in 25 kg bags, which would be sold for 10,000 naira. Recall that the NCS said it had concluded plans to commence the direct distribution of seized food items to Nigerians. The National Public Relations Officer of the service, Abdullahi Maiwada, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. Giving an update on the criteria, Adeniyi said eligible persons must provide a Nigerian identification number. The target groups included artisans, teachers, nurses, religious bodies, and other Nigerians within our operational areas. The intention is to reach out directly to members through these organized structures to ensure the maximum impact of its exercise, Adeniyi added. On the foreign scene, the United States will impose sanctions on over 500 targets today in action marking the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Deputy U.S. Treasury Secretary Wale Adeyemo told newsmen. The action taken in partnership with other countries will target Russia's military-industrial complex and companies in third countries that facilitate Russia's access to goods it wants, Adeyemo said. As Washington seeks to hold Russia to account over the war and the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny, the package will be the latest of thousands of sanctions targeting Moscow announced by the United States and its allies following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, which has killed tens of thousands and destroyed cities. The new penalties come as the US and its allies look to maintain pressure on Russia despite doubts over whether the US Congress will approve additional security assistance for Kiev. On the sports scene, Michael Van Gerwen made it 3 Premier League nightly wins on the spin as he defeated Nathan Aspinall 6-4 in Newcastle to extend his lead at the top of the standings to 8 points. Van Gerwen backed up his victories in Berlin and Glasgow with another in the northeast, seeing off Gerwin Price 6-4 in the quarterfinals and Luke Littler 6-5 in a thrilling semi-final. The Dutchman, who is now up to 15 points for the campaign, lost the opening 2 legs to Aspinall before winning 5 in a row as he looked set for a routine victory at the Utilita Arena. However, Aspinall, whose wins over Michael Smith and Rob Cross were his first of the season, fought back and reeled in to the big fish of 170 to make it 5-4. We'll take a break and be back with entertainment news. Do stay with us. And now for entertainment. In a revelation that has taken fans and well-wishers by surprise, Wendy Williams, the celebrated American talk show host, has been diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia and frontotemporal dementia. Her care team disclosed in a recent statement, known for her vivacious presence and forthrightness on the Wendy Williams Show, which ran from 2008 to 2021, Williams's health update has sparked concern among her global audience. Wendy Williams, who is set to turn 60 in July, has had a prolific career that transcended from her early days as a DJ and shock jock in New York to becoming a household name through her daytime talk show. Her show was famed for its candid discussions, celebrity interviews, and sometimes controversial moments, which often went viral, earning her a special place in the hearts of viewers worldwide, including Nigeria. The statement from her care team highlighted Williams's previous health challenges, including her battles with Graves' disease and lymphedema, noting that she has always been transparent with the public regarding her medical conditions. Despite these challenges, Williams' care team assured fans that she maintains her trademark sense of humor and is receiving the necessary care to ensure her protection and well-being. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Have a lovely weekend. Stay with us.
Women are the salt of the nation.
Southern Women Empowerment Forum presents 2024 Inaugural National Conference and Investiture Ceremony with the theme Breaking Barriers, Overcoming Gender Stereotypes in Nigeria. Guest of honor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Guest of honor, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Father of the Day, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria President 2010 to 2015. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Dame Patience Jonathan, former First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Other invited guests, wives of state governors, 7 female commissioners, female members of the National Assembly, and female stakeholders in southern states. Date, 29 February 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Wells Cartoon Hotel, Asokoro, Abuja. The SWEF conference will focus on several critical areas, including economic development, education and skill development, health and well-being, and leadership. Chief hostess, Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, President, Southern Women Empowerment Forum.
Women are the salt of the nation. Women, women, women.
Ogun State, Nigeria's gateway state, the heartbeat of Nigeria. Warm and hospitable people with education as the bedrock, driven by resourcefulness and integrity. Ogun State, fertile land, abundant natural resources that include forests and water bodies, as well as large quantities of mineral deposits such as limestone, chalk, phosphates, gypsum, clay, bitumen, cement, granite stone, gemstones, and crude oil, all in commercial quantities. Agriculture, the economy mainstay, produces rice, corn, cassava, yams, plantains, bananas, cocoa, kola nuts, rubber, palm oil and palm kernels. Tobacco, cotton and timber are the main cash crops. Major tourist attractions are Olumo Rock, the Ake, residence of the Alake, the traditional ruler of Egba land, and the Centenary Hall, all in Abeokuta. Ogun State is ready for investors with its proximity to Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Africa. Ogun State, the gateway state, welcomes you. Yoruba tradition has it that Ile-Ife in Osun State is where Olodumare started the creation of the world. It represents the beginning of life, the birthplace of civilization, the embodiment of all that we see or feel. Osun is the ancestral home of the Yoruba race, whether home or abroad. It is the central and most important location of this morally rich, culturally sound, and highly sophisticated race in the world. Osun represents the spiritual, the physical, and the technological. Osun State is naturally endowed with an estimated population of about 6 million. Osun State is blessed with fertile soil. Agriculture is the mainstay. Cocoa, cassava, millet, maize, potato, and yam are the major crops, amongst others. Artisanal mining and livestock herding are other key industries. Osogbo, the capital, is on the railway line from Lagos to Kano. Osun is home to famous landmarks in Nigeria, including the campus of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, a preeminent institution of higher learning, and many more acclaimed institutions of education. Osun State is noted for having the second highest literacy rate in Nigeria. Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists exist and live together in peace in Osun State, the cradle of Yoruba civilization. Osun, one of the traditional deities of the Yoruba people, annually attracts adherents and non-adherents from all over the world to the Osun Osogbo Festival in August. Visitors include nationals of Brazil, Cuba, Trinidad, Grenada. Osun Osogbo Grove, the shrine of the annual rites, was declared a World Heritage Site in 2005. Osun State is home to tourists based on its rich history and cultural base of Yoruba. Osun State is blessed with mineral resources like gold, granite, columbite, talc, tantalite, and tourmaline, all in large quantities. Osun State is well positioned and poised for the future. Osun State, the state of the living springs, welcomes investors and visitors. Rivers State is a predominantly low-lying pluvial state in southern Nigeria. Rivers State is the 6th largest geographic area in Nigeria. The state has an indigenously diverse population with major riverine and upland divisions with a beautiful cultural heritage. The state has a population of more than 5 million.
As a government, our priority is to secure the life and property of our people.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, started his career in 2003 as a principal accountant with the Rivers State Senior Secondary Schools Board. He rose to the position of Director of Finance and Accounts at the State's Government House in 2015 and rose to the position of Permanent Secretary in March 2020.
On the 17th July 2023, we flagged off the construction of the single largest infrastructure project by a state government in this country, the Port Harcourt Ring Road project, as part of our comprehensive infrastructure development master plan.
Port Harcourt, the Garden City, is the capital and largest city of Rivers State. The dominant ethnic groups are Ogoni, Ijaw, and Ikwere. The riverine, including most of the state's towns and villages surrounded by water, is moderately inhabited. Rivers State is famous for its vast reserve of crude oil and natural gas. More than 40% of Nigeria's output of crude oil and gas resources is produced in the state. Apart from crude oil, the state is also rich in silica sand, glass, clay, and other solid minerals, most of which are untapped. The state depends largely on goods and commodities imported from abroad or produced from other cities such as Aba, Onitsha, and Lagos. Nevertheless, the Trans-Amadi Industrial Estate in Port Harcourt hosts some manufacturing companies. There are also some considerable manufacturing activities taking place in the Eleme One Industrial Hub, where Indorama Eleme Petrochemicals Limited, the Nigerian Petroleum Refinery Company, and the Notoro Chemical Industries, among others, are located. There are several institutions of tertiary education in Rivers State that offer a wide range of professionally accredited programs and qualifications. Rivers State is nicknamed the treasure base of the nation. Prior to the discovery of oil in Rivers State, agriculture was the mainstay of its economy. About 39% of the state's total land mass is suitable for crop cultivation. Rivers State also has a lucrative fishing industry. Opportunities for investment in Rivers State exist in agribusiness, light manufacturing, healthcare businesses, and public service, retail, banks, hotels, education, healthcare, administration, social work, information technology, communications, transportation, arts, entertainment, recreation, electricity, and water supply. Since becoming the executive governor of Rivers State, Fubara has been promoting economic development, providing critical infrastructure, addressing the challenges of social-economic inequalities, and building more road networks to interconnect the state capital, Port Harcourt, among others. The governor has effectively utilized funds to advance the development of the state and has given prompt attention to human capital development. The future indeed looks rosy and promising for Rivers State. Rivers State, one people, one voice. Rivers State invites you. Come and experience the hospitality second to none. Rivers State, the treasure base of Nigeria, is waiting for you.
You sheltered me from home, kept me warm to me. You set me free, baby. You set me free. Of all the I ever need. Those nice words I kept weaving. I'll be everything I want. Give up my life, more, my own. I'll be everything I own. Just ready back again. Just to hold you once again. You told me lies to me, set me free, baby. Oh, set me free. You told me how to cry. Hey! I don't know why, just don't know why. All for you, I ever need. Those nice words I kept with me. I
up on the house. Eke Mama, where's Eke Mama? You are the musical woman, the king of woman musical arts, you know. Eke Mama, where you at? Eke Mama, number one. My number one, dancer, corporal, stage performance, blast up the whole place in the house. Respect.
Hello everyone, my name is So, DJ, Empress, go on. Jesus has given us the victory. The battle is over. Hallelujah. When the battle is over, we will sing in triumph. When the battle is over, we will rejoice and make hallelujah. When the battle is over, the battle is over. Hallelujah. The battle is over. The battle of faith, the battle of love, the battle of
CIG, how are you all? Yo, Queen Empress, very low. That's a black king. I was on the beat. It's one of the few. Oh no, we're not both. This one I'm gonna do for them ladies. Shut the bitch and when you back. Forget about the liquor of sack. Move your body if you white to black. Still Metallica is back. Come talk food, you go walk. Dance, it's time for groovy. Dance if you're ready, it's time for moving. Groovy, sweat the movie. Dance, give me something like for me, but the name of the song is E. Can you do the man back, forever? 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 Up CIG.
Far away from you, we're lost in our wilderness. Daily we Save us from our sins. Save us from our sins. This land that was so bright is now in darkness. This land that was so light is now dressed in white. This land that was so blessed is now begging for bread. Can you say, I'm making whole again? Oh Lord, can you say, I'm restoring glory again? Can you say, I'm making all your own love? Victory always, Lord, you are so good. Give us peace and joy. I want to always stay and find the way of peace. The smile on every face. Give us love and care. Protect us from the foe. Save us from our sins. Save us from our sins. Save us from our sins. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I beg, if you don't get Panadol, don't take drugs. If you don't get headache, don't take Panadol. Yeah, sorry. If you don't get headache, don't take Panadol. You dey abuse them like that. Eh? Now sick people they take drugs, don't do drugs, it's not good for you. DJ, let's roll. It's too fine, babe. You deserve a Grammy. I will stand strong for you, all man army. Other girls them shout, you not latest. I want to be my home, be my mistress. Follow me, they go treat you like vector. Fight for you, day for you, waiting you want to. I fall for ya. I want to be ya. For now. What's your love? Only one make me the boss in nothing. No, they shame me, get lucky. Baby, do it for me. No time, you are change. Baby, girl, show you like to party. I go give you love and money. Anything will go make you surgery. You go be the mother of my kids. Oh my shadi, come on body, make I call your body, make we party. Yeah. Oh my shadi, come on body, make I call your body, make we party. Yo. I don't Ronaldo, give me Messi first. Your number for my phone, I save my one best. Now you they give me joy, you know they bring stress. Super easy, your mind did no stress. During my Sabbath days, now you they push me. Permit me to say, God is you bless me. The way you feel your smile, they think they tease me. This your own kind of love, be like a jasmine. I notice, now you they give me ginger, baby. Help me call police. This love won't let me run away. Oh my shawty, oh my body, make I call your body, make we party. Yeah. Oh my shawty, oh my body, oh my body, make we party.
Good evening. I can see some beautiful and handsome faces here. I'll be singing Silver Lining. Silver Lining is a song of hope and comfort. You know, we are in Nigeria and we know how the economy and everything is actually in favor of us. So Silver Lining is a song that that's always reminding you that no matter what you're going through, no matter the economy, no matter the leadership, no matter whatever thing you're going through, you should always have hope that at the end of it all, it's comfort for you. Come on, let's go.
In this world, things are so hard, it's so hard. Can even stand by me. I try hard to figure my way to the top, but I feel frustrated and alone. Oh, yeah. For you to have a part of that makes you feel there's no wrong going around. To success, I know I can, I know I'll be you. Every cloud has a silver lining, yeah. Every cloud has a silver lining. There's no doubt if I go through this alone, only me can see what I wanna be, step by step, till I get to the finish line. All my scars can prove how far I've come. Oh, yeah. For you to win this battle, you must be sincere. Yes, the road will be round, no shortcut to success. I know I can, I know I'll be you. Every cloud has a silver lining, yes. Every cloud has a silver. No matter where I come from, no matter what I've been, the goal is there and I know my heart is set on this. I see the sun, I see the moon, I see the stars, the beams. I'm walking through the chaos with nothing to fear. For you to win this battle, yes, the road will be round. I know I can, I know I'll be. Every cloud has a silver lining, yes. Every cloud has a silver lining, oh. Every cloud has a silver lining. Never give up on your strength, no matter the hate. To be a champion, just believe in yourself. Oh, and God is silver lining. Thank you so much.
My name is Man of Light, aka and the Best. I want to sing a song. Carry my matter, waka. Some people there for this life, they don't want to see your face. Anything when you do, they carry and they waka. You get, you don't get, they will see they carry and they waka. What do you do then? We don't know. We will answer the question now. DJ, tell them. You know, say for this life, but they need to stop today when they see your face. Now, what the man go do? What Babylon no go talk? Now, what the man go do? What Babylon no go talk? Babylon people, why they carry my matter waka? Babylon, why they carry my matter waka? If I drink water, you carry my matter waka. If I'm not sure, you still they carry my matter waka. If I get money, oh, you carry my matter waka. If I not get, you still they carry my matter waka. Now what's the man go do? What Babylon go do? Now what's the man go do? What Babylon go do? Babylon people, why they carry my matter waka? Babylon, why they carry my matter waka? Mama Keji, why they carry my matter waka? Mr. Vega, why they carry my matter waka? Mama Yabo, why they carry my matter waka? Mr. Tunde, why they carry my matter waka? Carry my matter, go your neighbor house, you carry my matter. ask, so you carry my water. No babalawo. If you don't stop, don't I go fire you today. If you don't stop, you go sleep, you no go wake up. Babele people, why they carry my matter waka? Babele, why they carry my matter waka? Now wetin man go do? Wey Babele no go come. Now wetin man go do? Wey Babele no go come. Babele people, why they carry my matter waka? Babele, oh, why they carry my matter waka? If I drink water, you carry my matter waka. If I not chop, you still they carry my matter waka. If I get money, oh, you carry my matter waka. If I not get, you still they carry my matter waka. Now wetin man go do, oh, when Babele no go come out. Now wetin man go do, when Babele no go pass. Babele people, why they carry my matter waka? Babele, oh, why they carry my matter waka? Anybody, where they carry your matter waka? Make you no panic, make you no fear, make you no fight. One day, then go carry your matter waka. Carry your matter, go your helper house. Carry your matter away, go your helper house. That day, then go settle your matter. If you no believe, ask Mr. Heyman. Mr. Heyman, now wetin happen to Mordecai? Uncle Mabo Judah, make you give me my own house. Hello, do make you answer my prayers. Osalaba, make you change my stories, make you change my stories. So, why people, why they carry my matter waka? Babelo, why they carry my matter waka? Now wetin man go do? Hey, Babelo no go. Now wetin man go do? Hey, Babelo no go. Babelo people, why they carry my matter waka? Babelo, why they carry my matter waka? If I drink water, you carry my matter waka. If I not chop, you still they carry my matter waka. Now wetin man go do? Where Babele no go talk. Now wetin man go do? Where Babele no go talk. Babele people, why they carry my matter waka? Babele, oh, why they carry my matter waka?
It's a boy J-Ron again. Thank you, CIG. We are here again. Yo, I love that for being here, man. It's your boy J-Ron Lu and Lufu Master. Let's go, DJ Esprit, Randy.
It's your boy J-Ron. She be with full man. She got great on the beats. She said she feel me. She said she like my swag. She said she feel me. She said she like my style. Everything she said about me, I said no feel like. She said she like the way I do. She on day like on my day, on my day. Je sais quoi, on my day, on my day. On my day, on my day. Je sais quoi, on my day, on my day. She know they like, and the way he see me, and the way she feel me. She know they like, and the way he see me, and the way she feel me. She know they like, I like the smile. She know they like, I feel a sky. She know they like, I like the smile. She know they like, I feel a sky. You should know the way I do, baby. I should know the way you do too. And I promise you I will be with you. Oh yeah, she said she feel me. She said she like my swag. She said she feel me. She said she like my style. Everything she said about me, I said no feel like. She said she like the way I do. She on the line, on my day, on my day. Je sais pas quoi, on my day, on my day. On my day, on my day.
Let's go. She said she feeling me. She said she likes my swag. She said she feeling me. She said she likes my style. Everything she said make her with me. I said no feel that. She said she like the way I do. She on the night. Obade. Shebaba. Obade. Shebaba. Side, gon' be the one that you gon' be my side. I will be your proud. Be your side, baby. I promise you, I treat you right. I will take you to overseas. I buy you house, I buy you everything. Then you should know, you should be the one that told me every time, every day of my life, baby. Yo, it's a boy Jaron again.
Music play on. I'm looking dapper, I'm looking so good. I get plenty dollar on my door. Baby, make you love me. Baby, make you hug me. Baby, make you follow me go. I'm about to go, yeah. I'm about to I'm the man with the rubber. Run it down, boy. I be done, boy. Run it down, boy. I be done, boy. London boy, I get the money. I just come from overseas. And I bring many things. Baby, allow me to love you. Baby, allow me to spoil you. If I do it, you gonna enjoy me. If I do it, you go suffer. Baby, make you love me. Baby, make you hug me. Baby, make you follow me go. I'm the man with the Gucci. I'm the man with the Prada. I'm the man with the rubber. Come and dun, boy. I be dun, boy. Come and dun, boy. I be dun, boy. London boy, we get this swaggle. London boy, we know they we are raggle. London boy, we looking smart though. She loving me, she loving my motto. She wanna chop you like a super bitch in a motto. Baby girl, you wanna see my logo. You gonna follow me to my ghetto. Everything I do, she loving it. Everything I give, she wanting it. My lanty, she wanting it. I know say she loving me, Baby, make you love me. Baby, make you hug me. Baby, make you follow me go. I'm the man with the Gucci. I'm the man with the Prada. I'm the man with the rubber. Come and dun, boy. I be dun, boy. Come and dun, boy. I be dun, boy. Yeah, you're right, easy, yeah. Baby, give them number, I give them samba. If them don't like give them another spot. be London boy. Come in London, come in London, come in London boy. I be London, I be London, I be London boy. Let's go. Don't go, but love.
Take Panadol. MC, the way they take shout, so you go need Panadol. Come on, Lord Joe. Make I tell you a little about my story tonight. Yeah, DJ, give me.
Tiger.
Story, story, oh, story, story, oh, story. I love me, I know, I love me, I know, I know. Hope I story, boy, you want your true story, yeah. Hope I shall know, the official story. Story, story, oh, story, story, oh, story. I love me, I know, I love me, I know, I know. Hope I story, boy, you want your true story. Hope I shall know, the official story. Yeah, story, story. When you do all my good story in the TV. When you do all my Lori street. Àti lórí títì, baby lórí títì. Ṣàdé bọ́sẹ̀ ìdí màtí títì. Fuck anybody when they run the man. No be say we sell, go get out for house. 24/7 on the road. No be small thing, this one no be joke. Everything change. Now that they change, yeah, but keep to share, don't let it change. Like I'm now what you was making change. If I come here, you walk up, no be pay. If I come on Bora to make my pay, you are blessed me, make me say my pay. So it's in mommy, I think that is for me. Look at me, I'm para every time, the man up. Going on night, on one so everywhere, to value over my son. Ìlú tí èdè ni wọ́n kọ́, èmi kankan ló ń sọ nígboro, èmi kankan mo bọ́ lórí ṣòro tó bá ṣe bí wèrè wá ní ìjà gbòòrò. Ìkòkò tó máa jata ìdí rẹ̀ akọ́nà, láyé bá ká lóòdì tàbí mi kò dẹ̀ kó náà. Màmá tàbí ṣe mi kà ló rush my time dey come o. Ẹgbà mi ẹ làjà, ọmọ ta kojú létí wàjà. Ẹ àtúntí Joshua kan ti gbàjà. Ẹgbà mi ẹ làjà, ọlọ́mọ ta kojú létí wàjà. Ẹni wà lẹ́ni òsì kọ́ àtúntí Joshua kan ti gbàjà. Story, story, oh, story, story, oh, story. I love me, I love, I love me, I love, I love. Ọgbẹ́ ọkọ̀ tó ní wọ́n ní wọ́n yọjú sórí. Ọgbẹ́ ṣọlá òkú wọ́n fi ṣọdún sórí. I see you, hear myself.
Now they do on a Tesla, small body big boss, Tesla, but on port where they sweet pass. No long talk, DJ, give me that thing, make I feel like I'm with the thing in the place now. They call me small body big boss. Anytime I come around and say I still the boss. I keep it steady every day, I keep it on boss. Motherfuckers when they see me here, they say I'm the boss. Call me small body big boss, I'm the force. I keep it steady, call me Morpheus. Tesla, but on port. When we rap, if we small begin the class stage, come with me, man. I got you. DJ, give me that emergency. Hey. Right. You're in an emergency. Hey. You put me for any. I saw you at Badusi with another G. Really give you bad energy. Then you look at me and you smile at me. Oh, did you really get to see? Did you see what you done to me? Oh, my God, Badu, baby, you Badu. Love the way your pussy so succulent. Love the way you call me, baby, come collect. Only in the night, you see stars connect. Only in the night, you see stars connect.
Love the way your pussy so succulent. Love the way you call me, baby, come collect. Oh, too bad, oh. Baby, you bad, oh. You're emergency. You put me for any. Then it was a tendency that you roll with me. If I roll with you, your body, I emergency. Emergency, you put me for any. Tell me what's a tendency that you roll with me. If I roll with you, though. Make I enter for the second, baby, aye. Make I cool your temper. I make you surrender. Oh yeah. Cause if I don't get the froze, it's like violence. Baby, you can't see what you've done to me. Oh yeah. Your sexual sensation, social locomotion. Keep me. Do better best. I will never rest until my pepper rest. I rest my case, I say good, better, best. I will never rest until my pepper rest. I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case until this pepper rest. I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case until this pepper rest. I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case, time around. I rest my case, I rest my case, I rest my case, time around. I rest my case, 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 I rest my case. Small body request. Good, better, best. I will never rest until my pepper rest. I rest my case. I say good, better, best. I will never rest until my pepper rest. I rest my case. It's not for pop with a sweet cross. Small body request with a big class. I don't know with the ball and half gas. Float down out of space like NASA. You want drama, I give you full gas. Be sure when me level focus. She see my focus, she can't do focus. I think for no cause, you want to know bust. Bust, yes, bust. She see my focus, she can't do focus. I think for no cause, you want to know us. Bust, yes, bust. The way I'm on God, she see my big toss. She call me big boss, I need the big dog. You better.
Have the white camera.
Yes, sir.
I feel nice, I feel great after a very long time. I've not been out, and this industry I've been involved with for the past 30 years, so I'm happy to be amongst my friends and contemporaries. For the youth, it's difficult to advise the youth of nowadays. This new generation, this Gen Z youth is difficult, but anyway, we are talking of hard work, honesty, that's all. And my regards to BC.
Nice. I'm seeing, like, coming to host my father. He's the father of all, so it's a lovely day. Well, it's to tell them that, the well will never dry up. So you're going to have more and more Orisuliki until such time, yeah? Bless you.
When it was mentioned to me, I told myself, if there's anywhere I wouldn't want to go, it's not here. To honor, to say thank you to Kenny Olumese. He was the one who held us up. When I say us, I mean I myself and Mike Okri.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, no going back on reforms despite challenges, President Tinubu insists. Governors tackle Akpabio, deny receiving federal government 1 trillion naira lifeline. Business. Customs begin distribution of seized food items today. Foreign. United States to target Russia with more sanctions. Sports. Michael Van Gerwen secures third night win in a row in Newcastle. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu has defended his administration's reforms, saying there is no going back. Tinubu said this at the State House in Abuja while receiving a delegation from the Corporate Council on Africa, CCA, led by Florizel Lisa, CCA's President and Chief Executive Officer. Tinubu on his inauguration declared an end to the fuel subsidy regime and later floated the naira alongside a slew of reforms. The moves have triggered a hike in the cost of living in Nigeria as the country's currency lost its value. Despite the criticisms and protests that have greeted reforms by the Tinubu's government, the president said he is not backing down. The president also commended the recent landing of a 45,000-kilometer submarine fiber optic cable in Akwa Ibom State, which establishes connectivity for the entire South-South region of Nigeria with Europe and other parts of Africa via the Atlantic Ocean. Governors have denied a claim by Senate President Godswill Akpabio that the federal government disbursed 1.08 trillion naira to states to address the food crisis in the country. During the inauguration of the renovated Central Mosque in the Iseyin area of Oyo State, the state governor and the vice chairman of the Nigeria's Governors Forum, Seyi Makinde, said he could attest to the fact that state governors did not receive 30 billion naira each as claimed by the Senate President. Also, officials of Lagos, Zamfara, Benue, Osun, Katsina, and Enugu states told newsmen that their state governors did not receive 30 billion naira each. State governments had, in September 2023, received 2 billion naira each out of the 5 billion naira loan offered to them by the federal government as a palliative to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy. The economic reforms, including the subsidy removal implemented by the federal government, had precipitated a cost of living crisis across the country following higher transport costs, food inflation, and the plummeting value of the naira. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has described those clamoring for a coup d'etat as enemies of Nigeria, saying the military remained resolute to protect the nation's democracy. This was as the Kaduna State Overseeing Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arua, disclosed that the mastermind of the August 2021 attack on the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna was eliminated by troops on Wednesday. The CDS, who spoke to journalists in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, warned coup mongers in the country. The economic hardship in the country, which has seen Nigerians trooping to the streets in protests against the rising cost of living, has precipitated the fear of military intervention. More so as 3 member states of the Economic Community of West African States have fallen into the hands of military juntas. However, the Nigerian military has consistently maintained that it had no interest or plan to take over power, saying it remained loyal and committed to the democratic government. We'll take a break now and be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, has said that the distribution of seized food items would commence today. Adeniyi, while speaking with journalists in Lagos, warned that the distributed seized food items was not to be resold. Adeniyi also warned that customs officers were banned from partaking in the exercise, adding that the rice would come in 25 kg bags, which would be sold for 10,000 naira. Recall that the NCS said it had concluded plans to commence the direct distribution of seized food items to Nigerians. The National Public Relations Officer of the service, Abdullahi Maiwada, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. Giving an update on the criteria, Adeniyi said eligible persons must provide a Nigerian identification number. The target groups included artisans, teachers, nurses, religious bodies, and other Nigerians within our operational areas. The intention is to reach out directly to members through these organized structures to ensure the maximum impact of its exercise, Adeniyi added. On the foreign scene, the United States will impose sanctions on over 500 targets today in action marking the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Deputy U.S. Treasury Secretary Wale Adeyemo told newsmen. The action taken in partnership with other countries will target Russia's military-industrial complex and companies in third countries that facilitate Russia's access to goods it wants, Adeyemo said. As Washington seeks to hold Russia to account over the war and the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny, the package will be the latest of thousands of sanctions targeting Moscow announced by the United States and its allies following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, which has killed tens of thousands and destroyed cities. The new penalties come as the US and its allies look to maintain pressure on Russia despite doubts over whether the US Congress will approve additional security assistance for Kiev. On the sports scene, Michael Van Gerwen made it 3 Premier League nightly wins on the spin as he defeated Nathan Aspinall 6-4 in Newcastle to extend his lead at the top of the standings to 8 points. Van Gerwen backed up his victories in Berlin and Glasgow with another in the northeast, scene of Gerwin Price 6-4 in the quarterfinals and Luke Littler 6-5 in a thrilling semi-final. The Dutchman, who is now up to 15 points for the campaign, lost the opening 2 legs to Aspinall before winning 5 in a row as he looked set for a routine victory at the Utilita Arena. However, Aspinall, whose wins over Michael Smith and Rob Cross were his first of the season, fought back and reeled in to the big fish of 170 to make it 5-4. We'll take a break and be back with entertainment news. Do stay with us. And now for entertainment. In a revelation that has taken fans and well-wishers by surprise, Wendy Williams, the celebrated American talk show host, has been diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia and frontotemporal dementia. Her care team disclosed in a recent statement. Known for her vivacious presence and forthrightness on the Wendy Williams Show, which ran from 2008 to 2021, Williams' health update has sparked concern among her global audience. Wendy Williams, who is set to turn 60 in July, has had a prolific career that transcended from her early days as a DJ and shock jock in New York to becoming a household name through her daytime talk show. Her show was famed for its candid discussions, celebrity interviews, and sometimes controversial moments, which often went viral, earning her a special place in the hearts of viewers worldwide, including Nigeria. The statement from her care team highlighted Williams' previous health challenges, including her battles with Graves' disease and lymphedema, noting that she has always been transparent with the public regarding her medical conditions. Despite these challenges, Williams' care team assured fans that she maintains her trademark sense of humor and is receiving the necessary care to ensure her protection and well-being. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Have a lovely weekend. Stay with us.
Night shift that did everything we needed in terms of performance, in terms of, building our careers up, in fact, that's where I Celebrate, my maxi single, that's where it started blowing from. And I had to make sure I'm here today to say thank you to the boss. He did a whole lot for us. He deserves every award. He deserves every recognition. He deserves every encouragement. And he deserves every support in old age. That's why I'm here.
Money go low. You give me. I think that you give the oh, I'm a lot to joy. Yeah. I'm a low, I buy. Then I was late. I love you, I did not do you. I did not do you. Oh, I'm a lot of joy. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm right. Then I was late. I love you.
Rolling for what today so many others are enjoying. This man has been able to, he wrote it, scripted it, defined it, worked it, acted, and get so much opportunity to so many of us who are still into entertainment. And for so many others who are into media relations, little wonder we have so many media boss in our midst. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot finish to talk about this living legend. But of course, in between time, I'll be given the opportunity to talk a little more about this man who has so many lives. Actually set some certain record in some certain classes of what true entertainment is all about. From gold to diamond to silver and all what have you. This man has done it all. Ladies and gentlemen, please, before mentioning his name, please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can you just please do me a favor? Let's rise on our feet and give a living legend, a living legend, a living legend. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, an uncle, a big friend, a man who has seen it all at that level in management. We call it self-actualization. Under the law of passport, we see this one at that level. Ladies,
Augustus. Ken! Ken!
Hello.
So much to be done, but please just let's take it low. Thank you so much. Please permit us for all the time. I just feel the time wasn't enough to really celebrate this man. Because of want of time, we'll once again say a very big thank you, sir, for having to do what you have done so much. To whom much is given, much is expected. We know next time 8 may be still in on. We know you still have a whole lot to still give by words, by wisdom, by all so much. We really celebrate you, sir. CIG has so much to celebrate you with too. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a big surprise that we have men of timber and caliber, those who you hardly can see, except when they are also hosting things like this. Please put your hands together for the veteran himself. Sir, you may make a bow. Make a bow. Please put your hands together for the man we call Uncle T. The man we call Uncle T. This man has seen it all. These are the people that truly deserve national awards. When you call their names, you have a special title to their names, and they deserve it. In all ranks, toy with words. These are the people that we have traded after, and meticulously, when you still hear him talk, you know, yes, this man has his fingers in the sands of time. He's a wonderful man. You can't hear him talk. He's an interview delight. Thank you, sir, for coming and also for your time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another very special person in our midst. There's so much to talk about them, but because of want of time, I want to start by calling yet another seasoned journalist, a publisher, and a man of all parts. No other person but Mr. Ahi Brahim. Please put your hands together for him today. He's a publisher of Nigerian Times. Well, because his name is, you know, we are so familiar with him, and of course his love and simplicity, and the way he interacts and shows it to everybody. You hardly know this is the man that you always hear his name. He does a lot of these things. He brings us together to keep the entertainment industry alive. He's one person that we owe so much to the entertainment industry. Despite being a media mogul, but he does this so much in making the entertainment industry what exactly it is today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do not have so much to talk. I wish I really do. A friend, a brother, a man who also has written a name in gold, Mayor Akinpelo. Please put your hands together for him. Always looking robust, always looking fresh. This man is always at peace with himself. Always at peace with himself. You know, one thing about him is that he knows how to enjoy himself to the fullest. If you like, let things go the other way. Lord Mayor Kipelu will know how to settle himself. And look, you can give it to him anytime, any day. And there's no dull moment with him. He has a way of creating the very best for himself at any time. And also a very detailed, powerful dresser. Please give it to him once again. Put your hands together for him. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will not be forgetting my numero uno, whether you like it or not. He has done so much alongside with his lovely wife in making sure that we must continue to celebrate ourselves. At every given time, this man has always been having sleepless nights just to make sure that we keep the industry flying for everybody. So much has been said against him, so much has been, but again, this man is just doing it for the passion and the love of it. I'm sure if not for the wife, this man would have skinned himself out in making sure that the entertainment industry must fly the way it should. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like it or not, a man who had always had sonorous voice like a female. But today he does it once in a while when you give him the opportunity to do that. And little wonder he deserves the beautiful wife that he has. Ladies and gentlemen, the numero uno of the creative industry group. Felix, Mrs. Duke, please let both of them make a bow. Let them make a bow. Let them make a bow. They have just been doing it over and over. We must need to celebrate them. This man has ever said, let's celebrate me. He's made everybody. It's an opportunity to celebrate you and your lovely wife. For the midnight oil you born and the time, the efforts. Hey, the American people will say it's not easy. But we know God is with you. Thank God you're a man of God. Please put your hands together once again for them. We must. Whether you like it or not. The guy has I need to say God to his grace and of course his lovely wife. The man we simply just call Pupa Oris Williki, and of course his lovely wife, the baby. He's a reggae legend. He's a living legend. There are so many of them that they gather together. Now I think, with due respect to them, this man didn't allow, and he's still not allowing anything. So, let's see Lady Red. Let's see you. Please just make a while. Wait. Please let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Wonderful woman. That's a woman that's been rocking our brother, and that is why he's a very good brother. This man would have been a lawyer, perhaps, because that attire that is black. At every given time, he does it well, and it sits well on him. My friend and my very good brother. Anytime, any day, he's always smiling, and that's what keeps the spirit. Please put your hands together for another living legend, Alex! Oh! Please! Wow. There is one person that sometimes, you wonder whether nature... Also a living legend, whether you like it or not. But there's one thing you can't take away. I think she may have to do something for us when that time comes. She has that sonorous voice. Yinka Davis, a living legend. Please put your hands together. Let's celebrate her, please. Wow. And of course, our very colleague, our friend, and our brother. The man that his name has celebrated him much more than when you see his personality. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with his lovely wife, Puchi, and his lovely wife. Please put your hands together for them. Let's celebrate Puchi because he's the one making us host ourselves in Culture Yard. We must celebrate him. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have to move very quickly because of want of time. Like I said before, in between time, we're going to be still doing some introductions as it were. Right now, I remain yours sincerely, Dr. Frank Ehi. I'm the anchor of the night, and we want to kick off by just allowing a creative industry group band to just give us some soft tune while we move the program to the next item. So please sit back, let's have a delight, and let's have our CIG group do justice to us in the next few minutes. Then we take it to the next level. Please let's put our hands together for the CIG group, please. Let's celebrate them.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Aha. This one is for the governor. The governor. Yeah. Let's remember my holy father in the business. Horace Muleke, respect you every time. Marvin, oh, he was a friend of mine. He lived his soul. He served in every line. Yeah, Marvin, oh, sing of the joy of me. Talk to me, and you can see what's going on. Sing with, sing your song forever, ever. Will be some sweet sound coming down the night shade. I hope you sing right. I hope you feel pride. Will be a long night, all night on the night shade. Chief Mayor Kimbelu, I hope you. I know you're not alone on the night shade. Jackie, oh. It seems like yesterday when we were going there. Yeah, Jackie, oh. Sing of the joy of pain. You opened up the mind. Sister Inga, I can hear you say, higher and higher, say well. And you can see what's going on. Sing well, sing your song forevermore, evermore. Will be this sound calling down the night shade. I hope you surprise. Oh, I hope you surprise. Yeah, we'll be a long night. We'll be alright on the night shade. He's finding out a home. I know you're not alone on the night shade. We'll be some sweet sound, sweet on the night shade. On the night shade. I hope you sing a bride, sing a bride. I hope you feel a bride. Oh, 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 oh. Will be a long night on the road, on the night shade. I hope you feel a bride. I know you're not alone on the night shade. Thank you. All right, ladies, the governor. Hey. Aha! Everybody now. Thank you, Grandma. Uncle Mayor King Kalu. Willie Kid. Thank you, Willie Kid. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Fellas Duke. Hey. Oh, oh, yes. we're living in a harmony. I can see new heaven and new earth. All hey. Yes, I can see brothers, sisters, they're sharing love to get together. But there will be no more sorrow, no more weeping, no more crying, no more war, no more sorrow, no more weeping, no more crying, no more pains, no more tears. Holy Spirit, come take over the world now. I am crying, come take over me now. Holy Spirit, yeah, come take over the world now. I'm a cry. I am crying. Don't take all over me now. Yes, I saw 7 angels sing with the eyes of God. They're coming to destroy the world. I saw humanity rolling together for the kingdom of God is coming. Prepare your heart, prepare your soul, for your reward shall be on that day. Prepare your heart, prepare your soul, for your reward shall be on that day. Those who sow with tears shall surely reap with joy on that day. Where there will be no more sorrow, no more weeping, no more crying, no more pains, no more sorrow, no more weeping, yes, no more crying, no more war. Hey, Holy Spirit, come take over the world now.
Wow! You will agree with me that we are going places. We are going places. You can see it's all over her. I hope we're going to have love of the welfare, you know. All right. Also here in the midst, it's a chief, and I believe that, you know, with some appellations in Nigeria, you need to call it very well. Chief Mike Serapi. Please put your hands together. He's a brand expert. He's been working tirelessly. Beautiful lady, always making it happen. Anytime, any day. Come on, let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. She's a living legend. It's not only Hollywood or anywhere would you find it. We do it in Nigeria. God bless you. God bless you for making us proud.
Lady Cordelia, okay. Round of applause for Lady Cordelia. That is the great OAP in our midst. That woman has interviewed too many people we cannot even count. Lady Cordelia, we appreciate your presence in CIJ. Good evening, distinguished Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for permitting me to come to grace this occasion. Can you give me some bottom power, my Willie, my darling? Manieke, I love you terribly. I can't do without you. Zubi, every one of you. Okay, I know say you day here. They said that there would be CIG bands. So I just deliberately would like to say thank you for inviting me here today, especially knowing that Oga Kende here. And hi ladies, my daddy Obileye, all these men, okay, sir. You see, all of them be Oga, but the real Oga they for back there. That is my offense. So I can't do beyond myself because Oga did it. But I will do it because the people will pass on the year. Oga Mayor, is that chord coming to my ear because I can't hear it? A few stolen moments is all that I share. You got your family, yes. You need you there, though I try to resist. The God don't change, they last on your lips. For you are the man, the change not a change gonna do. Hello, lady. So I'm saving all my love for you. So I'm trying to toast every old man and young man here. It's not my call. Every day, living all alone. My friends try to tell me find a man of my own, but each time I like my CIG man, I just break down and cry, 'cause I'd rather be home feeling blue. So I'm saving all my love for you. Please play your solo, Janet, so I can go and toast the rest of the men behind there. Let it come here. I love that guy playing. We round of applause for him. Hey, man, yeah, man. Your wife will kill you. Now only me go do you. And your wife will show you better. Shoot your mama. How you doing, sir? Nice to see you, sir. All this is what I told when I don't put my own time. God will watch over. Madam. Hey, hey. Yeah. You know they say that, no wonder. So when your husband they look somewhere, what are you doing there? So I'm silent. Oh, my love. So do we do the reference now? You say I should call you sweetie. When Becky dey here, you want to cause water from me, from me, from me, Hello, ladies. You know this is our house. Welcome to CIG. You don't know that CIG, they're all crazy people, including our president. But his wife is fine. Oh my God. Hey, ladies. Hey, ladies. Okay, sir. I mean, you know I can't go far. No. If you get up, you will cause matter for me, sir. Oh, this is my... Ladies and gentlemen, this is my... Money, you see our guy over here? That's my guy, the great electron. should explain to everybody. Okay. But you know you got the guy now, so let me leave you alone, darling. Oh, refrain. You used to tell me we'd run away. So, can you remember the refrain? Because if you don't remember the refrain, I can go around it. Love gives you the right, beautiful woman, to be free. Don't worry, I'll just play around it. Then you say, yeah, baby, she's so sad. Abi, okay, I'm to. You understand what I'm saying? You just wait a little longer. Don't tell her, let me criticize. That's just a whole fantasy. I got to get ready. Just a few moments more. Yes. He's doing well. They are doing well. Oh, just a few moments more. Gonna get that old feeling. Why you running away now? When you walk through that door. 'Cause tonight is the night. I bet is my chips ready so I can run away. We'll be singing for God to say thank you for all that you have done for us. So we're singing all our love. We are saving all our love. Saving all our love Wow! Thank you. Wow. Please, can we put our hands together? I told you. You know, I warned you guys earlier. I said, look, we must have to steal something and we have entertainers. Oh, Inca Davis, we can't celebrate you enough. Thank you so much for that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I remain yours sincerely, Dr. Frank A. And of course, yet another special moment. It's like, it felt so good, like we should not allow Yinka to just drop it. But again, we have a lot more to offer the living legend and of course his very distinguished guests. At this moment, we'll be moving very quickly yet to another living legend. No other, my friend and my brother, Alex. Oh, this is your hands together. Turn it off. The man with the lovely sonorous voice. The man that does the black attire much more than any other artist put together. Come on, let's celebrate it. Let's celebrate it. Nice to see you, bro, once again. Wow, let's have it go.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Everybody waiting here. Oh my God, Oga Kenny, Nawal, Oga Raymond, Kumpa, Oga Mayor, I think Belu. Yeah, I can see Vivian and Ali. You know, my Excellency, a whole lot of people I can't remember calling them. And the president is somewhere here. Okay, when Yinka, my sister, you know, when I was told about this evening, the moment my most popular song started being played, a lot of people didn't want to dance to it. They just like to listen to the songs, but not to dance to them. And I wanted people to dance to my songs, you know. So, Oga Ken continued to encourage me, continue to work on your music, make it better, make it more danceable, make it, you know. So when we finished the maxi single, Dindisi and I, we came to night shift, and we gave the DJ one of the songs. So, it was time for the floor show. Everybody had to sit down, and the artists performed, finished performing, and then the next song that was played after the performances and all the quiet, stuff was Celebrate. One of my major hits on that mighty single. And the moment that song started playing, everybody rushed down to the dance floor to dance. I shed tears that night. That people had to rush to start to dance to my music instead of the other way around. Oga Ken walked straight to me where I was sitting with the DC. He said, I told you, do it right and it will work for you. And that song was played 4 times that night in night shift. Please, a big round of applause to the man who did everything to support me and my friend Mike Okri. The President, you must come join me. Money again. Madam, come. Let's say thank you to our again. Yes, please. You come on stage. And we used to dance this way. We used to so much. And please a round of applause for Yinka and Manny. They were the two major pillars of my band that time that held me up there. I thank them so much. I thank God for them. But Oga Kenny, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. God will continue to bless your family, bless all your legacies, all the things you put down. God will continue to reward you and your family for all that you did for us in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much, sir.
Wow, please put your hands together for the celebration crew now. Always evergreen, Alex. So we celebrate you. Wow, we're moving very gradually, and of course, yet another very special person to the time. Just 1 minute. It's a special way of doing these things, and of course, it keeps coming better and getting better. Don't just look around you, you see that so much is happening. Of course, it's the feelings of the heartbeats, because the living legend is from that very area where you know that when you have a heartbeat of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that is exactly what this man really, represent. It's the heartbeat of the entertainment way back, and he's still doing it, and we're still seeing all his products, and everybody keep relaying it back to him. We can never stop thanking you, sir. We can never stop. We are very proud of you. This is not about, being tribalistic or whatever. We have always been proud that for some of us who are also from the same area with you, we feel so proud that somebody has been able to come and define and redefine entertainment. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, yet another big fish in the sea. The man is always looking very young. I don't know what Becky they do. I don't know how Becky they do the thing. Special woman, virtuous woman. The one thing, anytime I see my very good brother, I see my G, I always say, God, to be all the glory. This guy has defied nature over time. Waiting. You must tell us the antidote. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the man, one and only, Papa Aris Wiliki. Come on, give it up as he comes to the stage. Come on, give it up. No. Come on. It's my brother, no one really old. Some people will ask me, you want old yourself? For some of us who are old school, we say we have to continue to do it the way we know how to do best. Living legend, Aris Cooper. Wiliki, even if you wear native, the thing will be like English for money. This man, Becky. Well, we're going to tell us how to meet you to know the whatever. But let's go.
Hold fire. Caesar. Yes, many people have spoken about our father here, and I can only reinforce what they are saying, that in fact he was the bedrock on which we all grew up. So anybody that failed to be part of that mix-up, you miss a lot. So as we were sitting down there, I was like, I wonder what's been going on in his mind. Even as we're celebrating, I wonder what will be going on in his mind. I mean, for one who has run a nightclub for over 40 years, come on. Taken to school last week, like breakfast education. Taken to teachers their way, that will steal us apart. We don't need nobody no more for this time. All we know is that a commandment. If I didn't know, could be twisted anyway. And if that commandment, you don't have no recipe. I tell ya, wanted, are you wanted? Do they want anyway? I can Alright? The Babylon law could be twisted anyway. Hey! Every dark commandment, you don't have to escape. I tell ya, wanted, are you wanted? Do they want anyway? So are you wanted? Are you wanted? Do they want anyway? Thank you. Wanted, are you wanted? Do they want anyway? So are you wanted? Are you wanted? Do they want? Yes, man. You know it again. That's your style. That's your style. This one is for the governor. They try to hold I and a prisoner in Ethiopia. True. They try to find me guilty of what I don't know. Say what? We don't want no Babylon law. God is money. And we know it's a Ten Commandments. Not a person. We don't need no Babylon law, cause it's mandate. And we know it's a Ten Commandments. Not a person. The Babylon law could be twisted anyway. And in that commandment, you don't have to escape. I tell ya, one.
Hello and welcome to a newspaper review today. I am Olakpeju Ajidagba and I'm here in the studio with Adebisi Ilegule. And together we'll be reviewing the newspapers. And today I'll begin with the first newspaper here, which is Vanguard. Hardship. We're working to tackle economic challenges. CBN begs Nigerians. Insecurity. Catholic bishops OK state police. Edo Guber. Igodalo wins PDP ticket with 577 votes. Promises to lead Edo on path of prosperity. Gunshot at Shaibu emerges candidate in parallel primary. I will be released after 12 hours in police custody. Wheeler Kemfer. The AU needs to call a proper summit dedicated to peace building and economic integration where our leaders can tell themselves the truth, call themselves to order and carry out joint work. Otherwise, Africa will continue to drift from one summit to another. Cameroon can't stop us from Paris Olympics. Falcons forward. Onumono. CDS once again calls for coup over economic hardship. Federal government bans cooking gas export to crash price. Promoter Leno Adesanya writes Tinubu over Mambila Power Project. And that's the last story here for Vanguard.
Now to the Punch newspaper, I'll be taking the first headline. Tinubu appoints new AMCON CEO. Agencies get 13 directors, and that's on page 23. Punch novelty match. Ekpo Agali urge fans to watch for beautiful football. Edo. Igodalo emerges PDP candidate. Shaibu wins parallel primary. Palliative Palapa. Governor Staku Akpabio deny receiving federal government's 1 trillion naira lifeline. NGF says 1 trillion naira will fall on Cho. Lagos, Oshun, Benue, Katsina, Zamfara deny receiving 30 billion naira each. Food truck looted in Niger. Police warn against Ekiti rally. Lagos, Ogun roll out relief. Military. Police, NEMA conduct search. Rescue drill in rivers. Federal government plans cooking gas export ban to crash price. And that's on page 24. Ibadan Disco disconnects UCH over 500 million naira debt. And the last story. Manufacturing. Others suffer as GDP slows to 3-year low. And that's on page 23.
For Nigerian Tribune, I'll begin with the first story here. Government odds exports of cooking gas to crash prices. Asue Godalo emerges PDP candidate for Edo governor election. Fact. Federal government, state, local government share 1.149 trillion naira for January. Food crisis. Federal government didn't give state 30 billion naira each. Makinde replies Apabio. Says federal government demanding refund of 2 billion naira palliative from state. Ogun to begin sale of 100 trucks of rice at cheaper rates to give the poor, elderly, vulnerable free allocation. Senate passes Southeast Development Commission bill. Akeredolu, testimonies about our patriarch consoled us, family. Dignitaries converge on Owo for service of songs. Christian Week. Burial service holds today. Igbo returns, attends mother's burial. Edo APC primary. While Ochu took over from Uzodima, NWC, Imo governor not sacked, party says. Sanwo-Olu announces measures to ease hardship, reduces working days for civil servants, approves 25% discount on food purchase, BRT, others. Governments to engage 1,000 caterers for daily free meal for residents. And that's the last story here for Nigerian Tribune.
Now for the Guardian newspaper, I'll begin with the first headline. 15 years of insurgency. Tales of woe for survivors. Joy for repentant terrorists. Fury over Tinubu's 30 billion naira to governors. Senate reps pass Southeast Development Commission bill. 3 months after military yet to release panel report on aerodrone. PDP factions produce Shaibu Igodalu for Edo Guber poll. Fresh worries for Naira as FAC shares 1.149 trillion naira to federal government, state, LGAs. Hardship. Sanwo-Olu announces 25% slash in fares, other palliatives. Take steps to avert planned protest. Afenifere tells Tinubu, Labour, others. And that's the last headline.
Now moving on to New Telegraph. Nigeria's annual GDP growth drops 0.36% to 2.7%. Naira strengthens to 1,860 naira per dollar on parallel market. Increased tax collection boosts fax allocations to 1.14 trillion naira. Senate passes Southeast Development Commission bill, confirms Cardoso, others for CBN's MPC. Abbas, Gbajabiamila, Masari, others pay tributes to Nava. Unweche, Wari, Sirika, hail ex-speaker. Guber, Edo Deputy Governor, Igodalo, emerge PDP factional candidate. Forex scarcity, airline operators may shut down soon, says Okonkwo. Arewa Economic Forum to Tinubu, reinstate subsidy, remove governors from palliative chain as hardship worsens. Tinubu, no going back on reforms tackling poverty. Governors not aware of additional 30 billion naira allocation. Makinde, one trial anytime naira is on trial. CBN. Urges patience, promises imminent relief. Adopt participatory governors. Catholic bishops urge Tinubu. Political leaders say Nigeria descending to chaos, anarchy. Ipman blames fuel scarcity on truck driver strike. Panic buying. Labour Party crisis. Abure regains freedom. Arrest demeaning on civil. Obi. Labour Party representatives demand probe. Say it's abuse of democratic ethos. Discontinue Nnamdi Kanu's trial. Ohaneze appeals to federal government. IBEDC disconnects UCH power over unpaid 400 million naira electricity bills. Kaduna Electric set to refund overbilled customs. Customs begins rise auction at various commands today. Pegs 25 kg bag at 10,000 naira. And for the last story here, study infertile men at increased cancer risk.
Now to the Nation's newspaper, I'll begin with the first headline. Ighodalo wins Edo PDP ticket. Shaibu a parallel Congress. Cooking gas exports may end to cost price. Priority shifts to domestic use. Parks monthly cash hits 2.07 trillion naira. 1.5 trillion naira shed. 919 billion naira saved. Military wants coup advocates. Igboho back after 3 years self-exile. President knocks permanent secretary for slowing down governance. Tinubu demands monthly key performance indicators. No to unacceptable delays. Akredolu takes final bow in Owo today. Lagos, Ogun, custom unveils food, other palliatives. For the last story here, police begins joint patrol on Lagos Road. Makinde attacks Akpabio.
For Daily Sun, Senate passes Southeast Development Commission bill. Kills 65-year retirement aid bill for NAS workers. Food crisis. 30 billion naira to governors. Delight, Makinde tells Akpabio. Caution Senate President against playing politics with Nigerians' dire situation. Edo Guber. Ighodalo wins PDP primary. Deputy Governor Shaibu wins parallel exercise. ISWAP running parallel government with me. Niger local government chair. Enugu government raises the alarm over fake title document, building approvals, illegal structures. Sanwo-Olu unveils economic plans to ease pain in Lagos, announces 25% slash in transport fares, reduce working days, food palliatives to 300,000 households. How to end hardship by Afenifere. Pleads with Labour, public against protests. Stop free float of Naira. Olawepo Hashim urges federal government. Hardship. Stop clamor for coup. Military wants. CDS vows armed forces will protect democracy. Insecurity. Wike, Arese, Gali suggest solutions. Police in Lagos, Ogun begin joint patrol on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Obi fought manner of Aburi's arrest.
Lastly, the Tuesday newspaper. Economic hardship. Sanwo-Olu intervenes, reduce working days for civil servants. 25% transport rebates returns. 100,000 trailers of rice for 300,000 residents. 31 hospitals to deliver pregnant women for free. Monthly allocation. FAC shares 1.149 trillion naira to federal government, states, local governments. Naira surged to 1,700 naira per dollar as parallel markets on clampdown on crypto platforms. Tinubu, no going back on economic reforms until Vision for a Nation is achieved. We commit to creating investment opportunities, tackling poverty. Crackdown on BDC is not solution, says Ruwain. Nigeria's economic reset. Scholars see new opportunities amid pain. This day, editors review impact of devaluation on Africa's largest market. Present 5 ideas for a new Nigeria. Now to the final story here. Ighodalo emerges Edo PDP governorship candidate, and that's on page 32.
We've come to the end of newspaper review today. Many thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to Biscon Television for news today. I'm Stella Opara. Coming up in the news, collapse of illegal open-pit gold mine in Venezuelan jungle leaves multiple people dead. 2 killed, 3 others missing as container ship hits bridge in China's Guangzhou. Sri Lankan president terms Iran as gateway to Central Asia. And Russia threatened to shoot down French flights, defense minister claims. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. At least 16 people died when an illegal gold mine collapsed in the jungles of southern Venezuela, officials said Wednesday, revising down an earlier figure. The incident happened Tuesday at the Bula Loca mine in the state of Bolívar, a 7-hour boat ride from the nearest town, La Paragua, where family members waited anxiously for news. Officials gave conflicting accounts of the number of dead. The Bolívar State Secretary of Citizen Security, Edgar Colina Reyes, said 16 people were dead. President Nicolas Maduro said another 11 were injured. But earlier in the day, Yogi Asiniega, mayor of the Angostura municipality, told newsmen that about 23 bodies had been recovered, including 15 that had arrived by boat in La Paragua and about another 8 on their way. Now, 2 people were killed, 3 others listed as missing, and 5 vehicles fell off when a section of a bridge collapsed after it was hit by a container ship in China's Guangzhou city on Thursday. The accident took place in the early hours when a pier of the Lishinshao Bridge was hit by an empty container ship, which led to collapse of part of the beam in the Nansha district of Guangzhou, 90-odd kilometer northwest of Hong Kong. 2 people were killed, 3 others listed as missing, and 5 vehicles fell off when a section of a bridge collapsed after it was hit by a container ship in China's Guangzhou city on Thursday. The captain of the cargo ship has been arrested, Beijing News reported. Of the 5 vehicles, including the bus and the motorbike that fell off the bridge, 2 plunged into the river and the others fell onto the vessel, a preliminary investigation found, official media reported. The Lishinshao Bridge on the Hangzhou Waterway is the main transportation route for residents of Samin Island. The cause of the accident and the extent of casualties are being investigated, state-run global media reported. The Guangzhou bus company said one of its drivers was alone in his vehicle when it fell off the bridge. Rescue teams are on the scene, but details of other casualties remain uncertain. Footage carried by state broadcaster CCTV showed a partially collapsed bridge with the empty ship jammed beneath the structure. With a gaping breach in the span after the incident, the bridge was closed to traffic. Zhang Weihang, the village party secretary of Minjian village on the island, told reporters that there was an option of a ferry available for residents to travel. Now, moving on to another story. Iran's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian met and held talks with the President of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, during his stay in Colombo. During this meeting, Hossein Amir-Abdollahian referred to the agreement between Tehran and Colombo to hold a joint economic commission and said the support of Sri Lanka's president has been effective in implementing the agreements made in the commission. He stated that Iran's economic and industrial sectors, including the Ministry of Energy, are prepared to develop cooperation with Sri Lanka. Appreciating Sri Lanka's positions regarding the situation of people in Gaza and the West Bank, he added that the main priority is to stop the war and crimes of the Zionist regime in Gaza and to realize the rights of the Palestinian people. Iran's foreign minister also stressed Iran's efforts to provide the safety of navigation in international waters. In this meeting, the president of Sri Lanka said for his part that Iran has achieved great developments. Referring to Iran's strategic position, the Sri Lankan president considered Iran as a gateway to Central Asia and emphasized increasing economic interactions with Iran. Regarding the Gaza developments, he stated that Sri Lanka is not in favor of changing the demographic composition in the West Bank and Gaza. The Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian left Tehran for Colombo on Monday at the official invitation of Al-Sabri, the Minister of External Affairs of Sri Lanka, for talks on bilateral relations. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television for news. Now to the rest of the news. Russian forces threatened to shoot down French flights patrolling international airspace over the Black Sea last month, according to the country's defense minister. Sébastien Lecornu did not give specific details about the French flight or aircraft involved in the incident. He said Russia was returning to a particularly aggressive posture reminiscent of the former Soviet Union's behavior during the Cold War. According to him, the behavior of Russia in 2024 bears no relation to what was seen in 2022 and, obviously, before the aggression in Ukraine. French Air Force pilots regularly patrol on the eastern flank of NATO, part of efforts by the 31-nation military alliance to boost its defenses since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine almost 2 years ago. French flights include long-range patrols by its AWACS surveillance aircraft. Flying high above the Black Sea coast, they use their powerful radar and other surveillance gear to peer across to the Crimean Peninsula that was seized from Ukraine by Russia and annexed in 2014. The surveillance flights can spot missile launches, airborne bombing runs, and other military activity in the Ukraine conflict. Now, the U.S. Department of Defense plans to produce metal parts for 155mm 6.1 inches shells in U.S. ammunition facilities with Turkish subcontractors by the end of 2025, the Pentagon said on Thursday. U.S. Army is building 3 155mm projectile metal parts lines in Texas, said Pentagon spokesperson Jeff Jorgensen. Explaining the scope of cooperation between Turkey and the U.S. in the facility as a response to a question raised by an Anadolu reporter during a press conference. He added that the contract for construction, installation, and follow-on production was awarded to General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems, with Turkish industry as subcontractors. Jorgensen announced plans to operationalize all 3 lines by 2025, aiming to increase the Pentagon's critical ammunition production by 30,000 projectile shell bodies per month. He stressed the importance of collaborating with allies and partners to develop a global defense industrial base that aligns with national security objectives. U.S. Ambassador Jeff Flake highlighted on February 14 the importance of a strong relationship with Turkey in the U.S. defense supply chain and NATO's strength, stating it as America's interest, according to report. And lastly, Alexei Navalny's mother has said she has been shown his body, but added that the Russian authorities were pressuring her to allow a secret burial. In a video address, Lyudmila Navalnaya said she had been brought to a morgue on Wednesday night. She said she had signed a death certificate. Allies of the former opposition leader said it claimed he died of natural causes. Meanwhile, Navalny's widow has said he was killed by Russian authorities. Lyudmila Navalnaya, the mother, said the law required authorities to hand over her son's body, but said she was being blackmailed as they refused to do so. She alleged authorities were setting conditions for the burial of her son, including the place, time, and manner of burial. Miss Novanaya, who traveled to the town of Solekhat following the news of her son's death in a nearby penal colony, also said she was being threatened by the authorities. She was speaking in a video posted on her late son's YouTube channel and finished the address by demanding his body be returned to her. Nalvani died in a prison colony on 16 February. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News. Compiled and produced by Sarah Abiodun. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us.
We don't need no Babylon law, cause it's Monday. All we know is that the commandment, not a person. The Babylon law could be twisted and lit. And in that commandment, you don't have to escape. I tell ya, wanted, are you wanted? You want anyway. So black man, are you wanted? Are you wanted? Or do they want anyway? So black man, wanted? Are you wanted? Do they want anyway? Wanted? Are you wanted? Or do they want anyway? Are you wanted? Do they want anyway?
Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you.
Oh! Thank you. God, please, sorry. Papa, please, come. Please. My popular demand. Come on!
Okay, money. Where are you?
What?
See, go back that hole.
So yeah.
Go back that hitter. I never pass it in the money to them, and I cannot. Go back to the place, so.
This is the song that you're waiting for to come change. And that's all. I tell you this, brother, it's mystical.
You come down, I just for the wine.
I'm not
Thank you very much at this time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow! Please put your hands together. Put your hands together for the revolutionary and spirited Pupa Oris Willity. Money, Inkatemi, you guys are wonderful. Honestly, thank you. Let's have some silence. You know, like they always say, if music is the food for the soul, let it play on. Those days, you know, why even in the studio, when some of these songs is built, and the passing of our living legend, Ken Caleb Olumese, a man that whenever you mention the name Governor of Night Shift, it makes a great deal. It's time for us to have what the nitty-gritty is all about for thank you, whatever. At this junction, we really need to have the face of the creative industry come up to formally welcome and give the peace behalf of the creative industry group to this very special man. And afterwards, we will now celebrate him further by doing the needful. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, not only will the president of the creative industry group will be delivering one or two words, he's also going to celebrate our very big uncle, our big brother, because he's also an art that nobody can forget. But I believe at this time, the legend himself, the president of the creative industry group, is going to be doing this in the language only God created, especially for Nigeria. And he's going to be traveling back home in Edo State. One of those very great songs he did way back. And I'm sure it's going to be part of what he's going to use to especially celebrate our living legends. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador, legend, Felix Duke. You know, I escaped at a book one appellation. So you're not going to use that one here. And let's keep passing somewhere. If we do one of those old things, what we know you for, not be the drumming though. I don't say your hand not salt now. Your wife don't do some cosmetics there. And again, let's sit back, watch this man, you know the passion of entertainment in him. Now maybe before you talk, you first of all entertain us. Which one you want to do first? Wait now, then you tell us. Okay, let's hear him. Please put your hands together once again for the president of the creative industry group. Let's celebrate him. Celebrate him. Now, man, when they like to be so detailed, perfectionist.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for my father. You see, Governor Ken Caleb Olumese, I call him my father. I call him Daddy because he stood for a lot of us in Lagos. I'm sure my Oga Mayor Akikbelu, you will remember. If we broke like this, we dey go Colosseum. If money not there our pocket, we dey go Colosseum. And if they understand, once he sees us, he know this man, from distance he don't read you. There was one day, I just climbed the staircase, but don't forget, you know say he decorates Colosseum with our pictures. Daddy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is the man that took clubbing to the next level. I remember back in the days, a lot of my friends that came from Europe, when they come, they say this is the best club in the whole world. And I must tell you true. I have widely traveled. I've never seen any club like Coliseum. In Europe, in America, everywhere, I don't see anyone with like Coliseum. Thank you, sir. You know, you teach people how to club. I remember one day, I was broke. I don't know how he take no. As I just climbed the staircase, the way I entered club, he just came out of his office. The next thing, he just put bundle for my hand. I said, Jesus, is this man a spiritual man? And I went home happy. Let me tell you one thing, because you remember, all of now, everybody here, we all the day club. Once it is time for us to perform, I want me big governor. He go first come like, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank all the ladies that brought the men to pay my bills. How many of you remember? Look, I give it up for you, sir. Daddy deserves all the celebration. Daddy deserves all the celebration. Daddy, I won't sing the song you used to. I mean, my first album when you take promotes me for Coliseum. Walare. You remember that, Daddy? I want to sing it for you, Daddy. All right, let's go.
The melodies are nice and lovely. Angels are singing already. Away. The righteous ones are having fun. While the wicked ones are roaming the street. Living and a wailing and a gnashing of teeth. Woo 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 woo. Why, read alright. Why, read now go closer. It goes so in the all we need is the teaching of His Majesty. I know the angels are singing already, but if you come and sing with me, cause the Father is here from man above. Here we go. Things that you cool, full, you got no rule. What we make a fella, you run you like a mule. People do us stuff and I'm around free, and not comes no troubling in the society. Ask for fellowship, we make a Colusium took Johanna to the next level. Johanna, don't take your medicine. Yes, my little baby, serenity.
We're also as your boys then, we were part of it. I remember the Gold Card Center and the Glamour Boys. Our president is there. And it was fun. I remember then I was driving a theater executive. When we come to the club on a Friday, we will park far off. People will call me on Sunday afternoon. Why is your car parked in the middle of the road? Because by 5 a.m., that was the only club where they served tea and coffee in the morning.
Oh, yes.
And then the governor would now take us to his office and will now start another round of break. I can go on and on, but we appreciate you. We appreciate your friendship. Though we don't have opportunity of seeing you as often, but we know that we have so much respect. I have so much respect for you, and I want to thank you for everything you've done for all of us. So congratulations, you deserve any honor that they want to give you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for Ogambe. And it's very strict, it's very clean, in fact, very disciplined. I better gonna clap for my Oga Ibrahim, President of the Glamour Boys of Nigeria. Okay. Please, sir, come forward, sir. Put your hands together for Oga Ibrahim. These are my Ogas, so. You say what it is, sir? Yeah, Foxy, Oga Foxy. I didn't know he was bearing that name. And I did want to tell me. He said that he named that Foxy.
Thank you, my brother Felix. Please put your hands together for Felix. This evening, the moment I stepped in here, I started having some recollections about night shift at 21 of Road. Most people will not know, I used to live in one room in Ikeja. What do they call that place? Olaide Tomori. Off Medical Road in Ikeja. Then, no, Olaide Tomori. But we were going to the club Wednesdays, I wasn't married then. Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Mayor will always be there, I will be there. You know, we had that community. You were right, the governor used to box us a lot. So we became what they call now, we're happening boys in Lagos, so to speak. Courtesy of governor. And then with Climax magazine, I did a lot of promotion for night shift. The governor had a way with the media and journalists, those who write entertainment. Governor can smile with you this minute, the next minute, he can quarrel with you. So that's who he is. But those quarrels, they are not... I wanted to jackpot a long time ago in 91, 92. I was just 20-something then. And governor did my first British visa. They put in my passport. A long time ago, I didn't use it. Then when I now wanted to run away with my girlfriend that time, governor looked at me in the eyes and said, he said, bring your passport, I will help you with your visa. Meanwhile, governor had a different plan altogether. He didn't want me to travel. So this young lady came from the UK and prepared for me to travel with her. And then we visited governor in the office. Then she was with me in the club about 2 or 3 times. Then she went to Benin, came back. And she's like, hey, what's going on? Where's your visa? At the end of the day, I said, sorry, I can't travel, there's no visa. And then she hinted me once. She said, I'm not sure this your uncle likes me. I said, really? Why? Why did you say that? I'm not sure I told Governor this story. Anyway, to cut the long story short, she traveled without me. Then later, Governor sat me that he must be a very stupid boy. I just want to follow her to the UK. A brilliant man like you. When you can make it here in Nigeria, why do you want to go and become that after some time, we will quarrel, the woman will throw me out. He said, this is your love. Make your eye clear, shine your eyes. I know you are in love. If you have been trapped, then they put a caveat. If you have been going to the UK before now, I wouldn't have had a problem with the plan. So that one passed. Governor's children, we became so close that I think about one worked with us for 5 years after youth service. And that's Sandra. Then Cynthia, also spent time with us for youth service. So the families, became so close, so integrated. All of them, every one of them, all is true. Even the younger brother in the village, Tana, we call him Tana, was Elijah. Governor's wife, other members of the family, the big sister, so the families became fully integrated. Every time Governor would check what is going on, the family. When my marriage, Governor played an important role. So, this story, I don't know why we haven't told it, but I'm going to tell me, or maybe somehow we need to sit down, some of us, some friends, to tell Governor's complete story about it. How he transformed nightclub and built it into a very successful brand in Nigeria. I think we should put our hands together for these legends. There is no other club in the world, at least to the best of my knowledge, where the owners paid attention to details. He set up an office of the good enough to run the club at Okwebi Road. Look at the boogaloo, the concept of the, it's called a new concept in nightclub, that was the slogan, so we're not surprised. The gold card sector. Those glasses were imported from Dubai. Then, never. Then the silver sector, we transformed into the glamour boys, the glamour sector. Then we created the glamour boys of Nigeria, became the first president. All of those were deliberate PR tactics, marketing strategy, to be the great brand for night shifts. And it succeeded. The who is who in Nigeria came to night shifts. Who is who? Ambassadors, those in the armed forces, the media people. Everybody wanted to be in night shift Friday and Saturday. And it was always packed. So the collision. So Governor wasn't just selling a nightclub, he was selling what you call experience. So that was the difference. When you sell experience, you attract a lot of people and you make money. So we're happy that the governor is here with us today. Remy Martin, Benson and Hedges, those were trademarks that he will associate. Then his perfume, Mazaro. Governor will spend 1 hour to just doing his hair. Jerry Cross, right? And then when Governor is ready to leave for the club, if you are 1 mile away, you will know because you begin to smell the Azaro. Anytime you are traveling abroad, Governor does not ask for anything. He will say, just get me Azaro. I don't know whether Governor is still using Azaro. So Kevin is here, his son, the last born. You see, it's been a wonderful story, I must confess. And we thank God for his life. We were privileged to host him when he was 70. But many people will not believe that Governor is past 70 now. But that's the truth. We are all 80. And I'm really happy to have met Governor, to have known him, to have known his family. And we are still together, still very strong ties. So, please, let's celebrate this man by putting our hands together for him. Wherever I am today, Governor has played a major role.
So, if you was an award actually, I actually treasured that award. And then he will arrest you. Oh, you don't arrest me. Many times. So once you are dancing, you just go where your kid is, you keep it. You keep the kid. So when you want to go, play my kid. Governor, sure you never carry your shoe. Governor, 2 p.m. So someone will go buy you brush. Come on, 7, 8 a.m. They buy you brush and you will sleep. Yes, 2 p.m. You will leave
You have to,
here.
you also buy tasty fried chicken.
I'll give you drink again.
He used to give us, he would just order food for all of us.
Oh.
He says it's not,
give us transport.
And then the other one will
People. He has a way of putting money, putting money in your hands. It's Ogata will call. Okay. Vivian, please come and say something briefly. It is shame, no, now. Come and say something. Now, governor, is an opportunity. Just briefly, climb stage. Make them video you. Vivian.
Everything has been said already.
I don't know say it is shame like this.
Experience.
Okay.
I never knew at go to have fun and then I'll be arrested the next afternoon. Afternoon. But it was fun. But there's something I miss. There's something I miss so much. The grand house reception with GHR. It was very, very outstanding. Yes. And I miss that so much. I really wish we can have that again. But I don't know. Governor, thank you so much for being the father to all of us. Thank you so much. In fact, if we begin to tell your story, we won't finish, we won't leave here today. But you know, I just want to jump to what every other person has said and say, thank you so much, sir. God bless you and bless you with long life. Okay, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, we love you. Thank you, Governor.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you for taking care of us. And Oga Lord Mayor, you are going to present that award. You are going to present. But I must say, make the chairman of the advisory board for CIG. No, do one, but you take position to do one. Please, sir, let me have the award. Daddy, please come. Put your hands together for our daddy, please. The great governor of our time. Oga Ibrahimo, come. Our governor Sikasua.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to present to you, sir, the Creative Industry Group Life Achievements Award, a recognition of your consistency, accomplishment, sustainability, and significant impact in shaping the Nigerian creative industry. Congratulations, sir.
Put your hands together.
First, let me say that I am really, Dr. Julius, really touched by the words and hearts most of our friends today. And for the past, since I retired for about 5 years, I don't really go out but when Felix and the wife came to me with Vanessa, I had no choice than to accept because this was an industry, the industry I was a major player somehow for over 30-something years. And to see young people now doing creative things and inviting me, it was an honor. And I felt I must honor it. And again, it was an opportunity for me to reunite with my young friends. Mayor Kimpel used to wear one I don't know the shoemaker. but today we all know Mayor TV. And what I think God did for me was that he spot people that were successful.
Yeah.
Because I've noticed that all the people that I interacted with, the young ones, none of them have gone astray. So I think we have to thank God. And again, it was a privilege and luck for me to establish the Coliseum at that time. Because maybe if it was now, this is the period, this is the era for incantation music. I may not be able to understand. But that era was an era where entertainment really blew up. And one thing I never forget, when Felix just said he met his wife at the Coliseum. So many people, so many friends met their wives. And today, all of us are together as a family. So I thank all of you for being there for me all the time, and even for remembering me. This is a country that has no records, we don't keep records. Even my good friends, Taiwo. He works in there. These are the veterans we have in broadcast. But I can assure you, if he goes to NTA and they cannot find his file, they cannot even remember that he worked there. And this is sad. So when young friends like you are trying to establish this sort of opportunity, just to reminisce, to remember, so it's an honor. And I'm very pleased with what you are doing, I mean, in your own way. But when you get to my house, I did advise you, if you believe in what you are doing, just continue to do it.
Yeah.
You will pick, even your best friends will write petition against you. We say that you have stolen the money of musicians for continuing to do it. So thank you very much, and I thank all of you.
Please put your hands together. Put your hands together for the living legend himself. All right, let's quickly do some photograph. Let's have the president and all the persons now very quickly. CIG group, please get prepared because we would not like to have him move up and down again. So immediately after these group photographs and all one of you, we want to have the living legend himself put some steps on this very altar. Therefore, that will be a signature for the CIG group. And that is the way we do it for the awardees. And of course, the living legend himself, Helen Olumese, the governor, the 36th governor, the 37th governor, let's call him, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. See how we know.
So me a lot of me, Ziggy go to me, go me a lot of me. The go, yeah. Push your hands together for governor. Allah wala mai, he go to my. Allah wala mai, he go to my. Maybe I keep going. Allah wala mai. Bro, say he. Aha, we want you on stage. Hey, we need a letter. Okay, you're not take on.
Women are the salt of the nation.
Southern Women Empowerment Forum presents 2024 Inaugural National Conference and Investiture Ceremony with the theme Breaking Barriers, Overcoming Gender Stereotypes in Nigeria. Guest of honor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Guest of honor, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Father of the Day, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria President 2010 to 2015. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Dame Patience Jonathan, former First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Other invited guests, wives of state governors, 7 female commissioners, female members of the National Assembly, and female stakeholders in southern states. Date, 29 February 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Wells Catherine Hotel, Asokoro, Abuja. The SWEF conference will focus on several critical areas, including economic development, education and skill development, health and well-being, and leadership. Chief hostess, Dr. Helen Taiwo Adebakin, President, Southern Women Empowerment Forum.
Women are the salt of the nation. Women, women, women.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government calls for strategy overhaul to combat malaria scourge. Marwa hails President Tinubu over support for drug war. In business news, IBEDC disconnects UCH over 500 million naira debt. On the foreign scene, Israeli Prime Minister proposes plan for post-war Gaza, according to reports. And in the world of sports, Ateta urges Arsenal fans to turn up volume in Premier League title push. Now the news in full. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, has called for a review of the country's strategies to combat the malaria burden. He said this when partners from the Malaria Alliance, RBM Malaria Partnership, and Nigeria officials of WHO Global Malaria Program visited him in Abuja. He said the country had not made significant progress despite decades of efforts to reduce the malaria scourge. Pate said Nigeria bore 30% of the global malaria burden with 68 million cases and 194,000 deaths annually, prompting a call for urgent intervention strategies. The minister advocated a comprehensive review of existing approaches to combating the public health crisis. Now, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired, has expressed the appreciation of officers and men of the Anti-Narcotic Agency to President Bola Tinubu for his continuous support for the ongoing efforts to tackle the scourge of substance abuse and illicit drug trafficking in the country. Mara stated this while inspecting facilities at the NDLEA barracks, which is almost ready for commissioning in Yola, Adamawa State. He noted that the war against drug abuse is an all-encompassing one that goes beyond the responsibility of only the NDLEA. He hinted that in a matter of days, he will be briefing the nation about a major seizure and some arrests made as part of ongoing efforts to dismantle drug cartels still operating between Nigeria and other countries in Africa, Europe, and America. Now, the Taraba State House of Assembly has finally adopted the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy stool among the 3 major ethnic groups in Takum local government area to resolve the 28-year-old tussle which has left the position vacant. The bill, sponsored by Governor Abu Kefas, also advocated for the creation of 3 third-class stools, which has now been ratified by the State Assembly. In a unanimous decision, the The state lawmakers, after deliberating on the report of a public hearing on the bill presented by House Committee Chairman on Local Government, Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, Abel Dia, passed it into law. They agreed that the first-class stool would now be rotated between the Chamba, Koteb, and Juku Takum ethnic groups. The House Committee Chairman on Local Government, Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, Abdel Dia, who earlier spoke on behalf of his committee members, stated that they recommended a modification of the bill's title to give every tribe in the dispute a sense of belonging. He further stressed during an interview with journalists that the new law has finally resolved the chieftaincy tussle among the three major ethnic groups in Takum local government area. We'll take a break now to bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon TV News. Now to business news. The Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company has disconnected the power supply to the University College Hospital in Ibadan, Oyo State, over 500 million naira debt. The Chief Medical Director of UCH, Dr. Jesse Otegbayo, confirmed that the hospital was disconnected by IBEDC, but declined to disclose the cause of the disconnection. However, the IBEDC spokesperson Busalami Tuwashe denied that the teaching hospital was disconnected, even as she confirmed that it owed the DISCO about 500 million naira. According to report, there was a technical fault that led to a power outage in UCH, though the hospital had repeatedly ignored several appeals to pay its debts. We'll take another break to bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has proposed a plan for a post-war Gaza that envisions local Palestinian officials without links to Hamas or its foreign backers governing the territory. The proposal, which Netanyahu submitted to his security cabinet late Thursday, would also see the Israeli army persisting in its war on Hamas until it achieves key goals. Those include dismantling Hamas and Islamic Jihad and securing the release of all hostages still held captive in Gaza. The plan envisages Gaza's complete demilitarization, beyond what is required for the needs of maintaining public order. It aims to promote de-radicalization in all religious, educational, and welfare institutions in Gaza. Coming up next is sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sports. Mikel Arteta has urged Arsenal fans to produce full energy as they chase a sixth straight Premier League win against Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium on Saturday. The third-placed Gunners, 5 points behind leaders Liverpool with a game in hand, have scored 21 goals in their 5 league games so far in 2024, conceding just twice. But they are licking their wounds after losing the first leg of their Champions League last 16 tie against Porto 1-0 on Wednesday, courtesy of a stoppage time strike. The Gunners, who have not been crowned league champions since 2004, faltered in the home stretch last season, allowing Manchester City to overtake them. But Arteta said his team are where they want to be. We'll take another short break to bring you entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon TV News, now to entertainment news. An ex-influencer tenders a public apology after faking a post pretending to be the notable singer Peruzzi, alleging he had an affair with the wife of Grammy nominee Chioma Adeleke. A social media user identified as @Belly Kebadi had taken to the microblogging platform X to compose a fake tweet in Peruzzi's name, implicating him and Davido's wife. The influencer, under the pretense of being the former DMW Records artist, alleged that he cheated with Chioma Adeleke and abandoned Davido. He further added that he was behind all the hit songs of Davido and he wouldn't have had any without him. And that's the news for now on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Olakweju Ajidagba. Now the last line. For every reason it's not possible, there are hundreds of people who have faced the same circumstances and succeeded. I'm Stella Opera. Thank you for staying with us.
Hello and welcome to a newspaper review today. I am Olakweju Ajidagba and I'm here in the studio with
Adebisi Ilegulu.
And together we'll be reviewing the newspapers. And today I'll begin with the first newspaper here, which is Vanguard. Hardship. We're working to tackle economic challenges. CBN begs Nigerians. Insecurity. Catholic bishops OK state police. Edo Guber. Igodalo wins PDP ticket with 577 votes. Promises to lead Edo on path of prosperity. Gunshot at Shaibu emerges candidate in parallel primary. I will be released after 12 hours in police custody. Wheeler Kemfer. The AU needs to call a proper summit dedicated to peace building and economic integration where leaders can tell themselves the truth, call themselves to order and carry out joint work. Otherwise, Africa will continue to drift from one summit to another. Cameroon can't stop us from Paris Olympics. Falcons forward. Onumono. CDS once again calls for coup over economic hardship. Federal government bans cooking gas export to crash price. Promoter Leno Adesanya writes Tinubu over Mambila Power Project. And that's the last story here for Vanguard.
Last in Punch newspaper, I have been taking the first headline. Tinubu appoints new AMCON CEO. Agencies get 13 directors, on that on page 23. Punch novelty match. Ekpo Agali urge fans to watch beautiful football. Edo. Igodalo emerges PDP candidate. Shaibu wins parallel primary. Palliative Palapa. Governor Staku Akpabio deny receiving federal government's 1 trillion naira lifeline. NGF says 1 trillion naira windfall on Cho. Lagos, Oshun, Benue, Katsina, Zamfara deny receiving 30 billion naira each. Food truck looted in Niger. Police warn against Ekiti rally. Lagos, Ogun roll out relief. Military, police, NEMA conduct search. Rescue drill in rivers. Federal government plans cooking gas export ban to crash price. And that's on page 24. Ibadan Disco disconnects UCH over 500 million naira debt. And the last story, manufacturing, others suffer as GDP slows to 3-year low. And that's on page 23.
For Nigerian Tribune, I'll begin with the first story here. Government odds export of cooking gas to crash prices. Asue Igodalo emerges PDP candidate for Edo governor election. Fact. Federal government, state, local government share 1.149 trillion naira for January. Food crisis. Federal government didn't give state 30 billion